The cat is very upset by this endeavor because there's both a box she can't get in, and now a box that's occupying her chair. She's literally yelling at me right now. Okay. So let me... get a new browser window open then to open up. Alright. Sorry about that. Should have known. Should have known. To expect things to go swimmingly was stupid. Alright. I set up a little table last night. We're gonna go through and I'll show everybody what games I got, and maybe talk a little bit about some of them. Which one is this? Super Mario Party. Spell it wrong. No, I don't want to go to GameStop. I want to look at the picture. I want to look at the picture. Perfect. That's about right. That's about how my day's going. Yeah, I'm just doing chores on stream now. Is that not okay? I remember like 10 years ago when before Twitch had a just chatting category, the first time I ever saw someone doing what I would call like a just chatting stream, they were literally just vacuuming. That's all they were doing, and they got in trouble from Twitch. They got a temporary suspension from Twitch, because at that time Twitch was specific to gaming content, and so to show yourself vacuuming was a violation of TOS. So one of the bigger channels on the platform at the time got banned for vacuuming. It's kind of funny to see where we've come. Anyway, so the first one we got is yeah, this was back when, I think it was like right after Justin TV had kind of been phased out, and like everything had been switched over to Twitch at that point. I'm gonna turn this volume down just a smidge. But then I think later they brought Justin TV back, and that was supposed to be for all the non-gaming content. But now Twitch is just like, nobody goes to Justin TV. Just do everything on here. We don't care. As long as you're making us money, you can do what you want. But if you're not making us money, we'll enforce the rules. Oops, I shouldn't have said that. I'm gonna get shut down. But yeah, I don't know. People used to do stuff like this. But I got Super Mario Party is my first one. I got this when I got my Switch. It was back when Nintendo was still doing the voucher program, and before I knew that Super Mario Party was not a very good Mario Party game. So I used one of my my Nintendo vouchers to buy Super Mario Party, thinking that someday I might have friends in real life again. But so far, I think I've played it maybe twice. We'll get to that, Aces. We'll leave you and me, because I thought about it. So, alright, so we'll start with our first one here. It's Super Mario Party. That's a Switch 1 title. This was not imported. It is a digital copy. So unfortunately, I'm stuck with it forever. And I have played it. But I would not say that I finished it. I don't even think that I've played a game on each map yet. So, let me resize my columns. Here, last. A little bit better. There we go. Almost perfect. Alright. So yeah, I played this one. I won't say that I regret buying it, but I don't particularly revel in the fact that I bought it. So there it is. It's at the bottom of my collection, which means it is the it's been the longest time since I've played it of anything that I own on the Switch. So that kind of tells you where I'm at with it. Again, I think the newer Mario Parties are very good. The Mario Party Superstars was really good. And the new Jamboree is pretty good. But this one just did not have the sauce. Like, they tried to do like weird stuff with like the maps to where they weren't like linear. You could just kind of like move in circles. It was just weird. It was just weird all around, and I didn't really care for it. So that's Super Mario Party. Next one we have is Switch Chocobo Mystery Dungeon. Why is everything so small? My God. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, that's a little bit better. So, Switch Mystery Dungeon, everybody, is a remake of Chocobo Mystery Dungeon. I want to say this came out on the PlayStation 1 originally, but don't quote me on that, because it might have been the Super Nintendo or something crazy. Let's see some... Yeah, alright, I've got to confirm. Someone else agrees it's PS1, so I'm going to take that. But I enjoy the Mystery Dungeon games. I'm not very good at them. Like, I really liked... Excuse me. I really liked Sheer the Wanderer on Super Nintendo or Super Famicom, I suppose, since it was Japanese only originally. A friend of mine introduced it to me and got me the translated legal copy from Nintendo directly, and I enjoyed that. I was not very good at it, but I liked playing it and I liked watching him play it. And so when this came out, he was like, "Oh, this is like a much more approachable, user-friendly one." So I bought it. Again, digital. I think it was digital only, or maybe at least in the U.S. So Chocobo Mystery, one of the first games that I got on the Switch, actually, because I got it. It came with Mario Kart, and that was it. And I think I bought one other physical game. And so when I got tired of playing those two, I went and bought this because it was on sale. So I think I got it for like $15. So it's not imported, it is digital. This is another one I have played, but not finished, unfortunately. I'd like to rectify that someday, but I'd probably have to start over because it's been just... I couldn't even tell you how long it's been. I forget when I bought my Switch. I think it was like 2018. Either 2018 or 2019. I can't remember exactly. And that's probably the last time I played it. So it's been 6 going on 7 years since I played it. So I definitely have to start it over. It was a fun little game. I enjoyed it. Like I said, it kind of takes the Mystery Dungeon formula and kind of cutified it a little bit. And it did feel a little bit more approachable, but it was still pretty darn tough, if you're asking. So, all right. There's a couple of these I'm gonna switch because these were like free games that I got that were like, follow us on Twitter and we'll send you a code for our free game. And then like I found out they were like 99-cent mobile games that were put onto the Switch. So I'm gonna skip those. Here's one that probably no one else has played. Auto Racer 4 for the Nintendo Switch. I will level with you. This was a 100% nostalgia buy for me. I had the original Moto Racer on PC, and it wasn't very good, I wouldn't say, but I loved playing it. It was one of the only PC racing games I had at the time, so it was one of the best ones that I had at that point in time. So like my sister, when she went away to college, the college required that everybody buy the laptop from the school, and it was like crazy expensive, even by that day's standards. It was like $2,500 for like a compact laptop in like 1999, 98. I can't remember. Anyway, so it came with some like pack-in software, which included some just like school type stuff like Microsoft Word trial and blah blah blah. But it came with You Don't Know Jack, which I played the absolute crap out of, to the point where I had like all the questions memorized to where I could answer them before like they would even put the answers up, and then just nobody wanted to play with me anymore. But also Moto Racer, and I played Moto Racer a ton. Me and my cousin used to play it together. It was really fun. So when I got the Switch and I was just looking for some cheap digital games to buy, because like I said, I only had like two games at the time, and I saw Moto Racer 4 like on the front of like the sale page. I'm like, oh my gosh, they made a new Moto Racer in 2020 whatever, or actually it would have been 2019 or whatever. And I just got really excited and I just bought it. I didn't even think about it. I bought it, I played it, I didn't like it very much. It just didn't control very well. Like it was almost like you were going too fast to like control the bikes. So unfortunately it was kind of a miss, but it did like awaken something in me. Like just playing it was like, oh man, remember, sitting in my cousin's basement on like his like Windows 95 IBM computer, just playing Moto Racer and Hot Wheels Stunt Track till like 1 in the morning, and his parents would like come down and yell at us and tell us to go to bed, and then we would, and then we'd get up at like 5 a.m. and start playing Moto Racer and Hot Wheels Stunt Track again. Monster Truck Madness, Destruction Derby. I mean, we loved racing games. So this was, again, a 100% nostalgia buy. And again, I would say I played it but didn't finish it. I don't even think I did all the tracks. I played a few and I was like, yeah, I get it. It's just not hitting the same. All right. We're moving on to a little slightly better territory at this point. The next one that I got is Cadence of Hyrule, which was a Zelda-inspired kind of spin-off game of Crypta the Necrodancer. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't play a lot of Crypta the Necrodancer either. Again, I just wasn't, despite liking rhythm games a lot and roguelikes, for some reason, the particular combination of the two I just couldn't wrap my head around it. Like, it just constantly wanted you to be hitting buttons, and like, I like to play a little bit slower and more methodical. So I didn't really like it, but everybody and their brother was talking about this game when it came out. I was like, I guess I gotta get it. So I bought it, and I played it. I loved it. I did finish it. I don't know if I 100%ed it or got like true ending or whatever, but I did see an ending. I rolled credits. Been a long time since I played it, but I do remember it being very good. So Cadence of Hyrule is a good, solid Nintendo inspired indie spin-off game, and I'm really sad that like we really haven't seen a whole lot of that since then. To see like a Nintendo licensed kind of like version of a indie game or something like that, which is kind of sad, because it was I'd like to see that. I think there's like a lot of games that would kind of like do well in the Nintendo style that someone else could develop and then like, you know, Nintendo could publish. I think that would work really well, and they just haven't done it a whole lot, which is sad. Hi, kitty. I know you're mad. Mad because there's a box and she's not allowed in it. Not that she's not allowed in it, I just don't think she can get in. Too full. I turned out to have a lot more Switch stuff than I thought, but we'll get to that part. All right, let's keep rolling. This is another. This was another Switch or Nintendo voucher game. Dragon Quest Builders 2. Well, this game was really good. I had a lot of fun playing it. If I had one complaint about it, it's that like it's kind of meant to be played from like a top-down isometric, I guess, perspective, which kind of made some of the building a little bit awkward because like everything was always kind of on an angle. But the thing that really kind of like irked me the most is that the game really discouraged you from building vertically. Like the one time I tried to build like a tower of like apartments so that all the NPCs could have their little rooms that they need. And so I wanted to build like a vertical tower and have like stairs and all that. And I did it, but the problem was like you can't see through the floors. And so there was like no way to really like easily see into the rooms, especially when you needed, like they'd be like, I want a new table. And they're like, oh, like I can't get in your room. It's on the bottom floor. So it was really tough. And it kind of annoyed me, so I kind of conformed to the game a bit, and I built like it wanted me to, and I didn't like that. But that was really my only complaint. Other than that, I thought it was really fun. Just like very, very simple RPG mechanics. Like it was almost, I struggle. I'd like hesitate to call it an RPG. It was more of a survival adventure game. There's like some questing and stuff that you do, and you fight some enemies, but it's not like a huge, and the story was like very loosely put together. It was really just there to kind of drive you to, you know, build a couple towns. So it was fun. I enjoyed it. I don't think I'll ever play it again, but who knows? I'm a liar. Could very well play this again tomorrow. Dragon Quest Builders 2 on the Switch 1, not imported. Also digital. We're still in the digital realm, and I complete it. All right, moving right along. Oh, here's a good one. This one was fun. I don't remember when. I remember playing it. I don't remember when it was, but I remember it kind of being like one of my quote unquote bigger streams. Like we were looking forward to it for a while. Untitled Goose Game. I bought this like day one. I played it like instantly, start to finish, in a single stream. Had a ton of fun. That stupid idiot kid on the left there. Oh, you can't see my cursor. We harassed the hell out of him. We stole his glasses. We tied his shoes together and made him fall down. We locked him in a phone booth. We stole his toy plane and then put it in a yard sale. And then when he tried to take it back, the lady made him pay for it. Like, we put the absolute screws to that kid, and I loved every minute of it. It was so funny. Just all the stuff. The game was really fun. And of course, you know, the epic honk button. You know, you just mash the honk button. We had a good time with it, though. It was a little bit short, but, you know, sometimes good things come in small packages. It was a nice, compact, fun experience. Didn't outlive its welcome. I think it was just the perfect length, but we 100% it. I think we did all the challenges, all the checklists. So, love Untitled Goose Game. It was a really fun time. Had a pretty, if I remember, had a pretty decent, like, didn't really have like a soundtrack per se, but like whenever the goose was moving, it would like play music, and I really enjoyed that. It was fun. Is that digital or that says I have a... Oh no, I think that means it's installed. Okay, so I think this is another digital one. Another voucher purchase. I got a lot of voucher purchases. I bought a lot of vouchers back in the day. And I kind of regret it because I kind of wish I had more physical stuff, to be honest. And so I've kind of like moved away from buying vouchers and more towards buying the physical stuff. And I'm like kind of in this space where it's like I don't know if I want to purchase the physical version as well to replace the voucher. Just because, I don't know, I'm just kind of weird like that. I kind of had a vision of having a physical copy of every first-party Nintendo game on the Switch. I don't think that's going to happen. I have a lot of them, but not all of them. But at the time, I didn't have a lot of money. So, like, when they had the voucher program, I think it was $100, and you get 2 games. So that made them $50 each instead of 60. But you could also find, like, gift cards on sale on like Newegg or a couple other websites that would sell like $100 Switch card for $90, or I think the cheapest one I ever got was $80. So I basically got 2 brand new games for $40 each, which, you know, Nintendo, that's pretty good. Like even after, this is the thing, I thought maybe after Switch 2 came out, some of the prices would come down, but since Switch 1 games are all for the most part backwards compatible, it's not going to happen. They're going to stay at like $50-$60. Used prices are not going to come down, which kind of stinks, but it is what it is. Anyway, the actual game itself was good. I really enjoyed I kind of didn't like the art style at first, but it really did grow on me. I remember when they first started showing it, I was like, I don't know that I love it, but the more I played it, I came to enjoy it. But what I really enjoyed was like the quality of life. Playing Link's Awakening with a controller that has more than 4 buttons on it, game changer. Like being able to have 4 face buttons, dedicated run button, dedicated sword button, bumper buttons, just you name it. It made the game so much more playable, because I think like my biggest hang up about Link's Awakening, the original, is just you spend so much time menuing. I feel like it's like, okay, I gotta take out the feather so that I can jump here, and then as soon as I jump over there, I gotta take the sword back out so I can kill the guy, but then I need a bomb. So it's just like, anyway, good game. All versions very good, especially when you consider when the originals came out for a handheld. That was a really good game to have. The only complaint, I guess, for the Switch version is that it's still only about 8 hours long, and they were charging $60, I think, on release. Might have been 50, I can't remember, but it was a little bit of a short game for the price. But the nice thing about it being so short is that there is kind of like some replayability there, to where I would consider playing this again in maybe like a year or so. Whereas like a 75-hour game probably is never gonna happen. Anyway, let's put it on the list. Web develop. Yeah, see, I didn't know the company or the development story behind Untitled Goose Game. Like, I had just seen like the trailers and everybody was like kind of going crazy for it. So I didn't really have any preconceived notions except that it looked really fun. Hey, I'm actually surprised I got more completes than incompletes so far, but that'll change. That'll change. That's a free-to-play game. I'm not gonna put that on the list. Here we go. So Panzer Dragoon, a game that I never played. I played Panzer Dragoon Orta, which I think was on the Xbox, if I recall. But I'd never played the earlier ones because I think they were usually on, like, I think it was like Sega Saturn, or maybe Sega CD, or maybe both. I know it's a Sega because I can see the emblem there. But whatever console it was on, I didn't have it, so I never played it. So when they did the remake, I was like, yeah, I'll try it out. So I bought the remake for the Switch, and I played it. That's really all I have to say about it. I did complete it. It's not that long, but it was kind of like a Star Fox similar game, except it does some stuff with like the camera, like where instead of just always being behind you, sometimes it'll swing around to the side and you like kind of like target things and shoot them. It was pretty fun. Enjoyed it. I don't remember anything about like the narrative, if there was one. So unfortunately, probably I didn't get as much out of it as I should have, but it was fun. I enjoyed it. That's another free to play. Okay. Now we're getting into the dicey territory where this is where I started having money. Started having some disposable income, and it shows. Oh man, what'd I do? The button that I didn't want to hit. Okay. So we got Tycho. Rum and Fun. This is another one I feel like I got on a deep discount during a digital sale. I've never played a Taiko Drum Master game, and I kind of wanted to try it. I've played other stuff, like I played like Donkey Konga, and obviously I played a ton of Rock Band and Guitar Hero. But I'd never played Taiko, and I'd seen people play it, and I'm like, dude, it looks fun. So I bought this, and then realized without the drum, it's not very fun. I tried using the controller to do it, just like using the actual buttons. Didn't love that because I had the Hori Split Pad Pro, and I thought maybe that would be a good experience. Was not very fun. But then I got out the crappy Joy-Cons, and I tried to actually do the drumming with the Joy-Cons, and like I feel like it was not very responsive at all. So I hung this one up pretty quickly. Unfortunately, I feel like if I had the drum, I would try it again, but I don't want to invest any more money into it. Kind of sunk cost fallacy type thing. So I don't have a problem with the game. I had a problem with the format. Oh no. Violated the rule. There we go. I'll say played but not finished, because I wouldn't say that I finished it. Yeah, I think I remember seeing a version of it in Yakuza 5, but I don't know how it played, because I haven't played Yakuza 5, so I don't know like how the controls were. I assume it's probably similar to playing the game on controller. That's a physical. All right, there's another digital. Blue, which one is this? Cross tag. All right, so there's a story behind this one, and it's actually kind of funny because I've recently brought it up again. Here's one that I bought and never played, so I don't have a lot to say about the game. Probably about 5 or 6 years ago, I wanted to do simulation tournaments, like I kind of talked about a couple months ago, where you set up different fighting games, sports games, things like that, to have the CPU play each other. and then people in chat would be like assigned to a team, be like, you know, you're gonna be this Chad here, and you're gonna be the guy from Persona, and then they fight, and then, you know, the outcome is just kind of random, and you just do tournaments, and it's kind of fun. So I was looking for games that had CPU versus CPU capability, and this one came up in a lot of my searches, and it was like $5 one day on a digital sale, so I bought it with the intent that maybe someday I'd use it for a sim tournament. And I've never played it, never installed it, never opened it. It just exists in my. Maybe someday. I'd still like to revisit that that concept. I saw someone else doing it like a month or so ago, and I'm like, man, they stole my idea that I stole from somebody else. But I hung out for a little bit. Unfortunately, I came in at the tail end, and the last game they were playing was like Super Nintendo soccer game, and I was like, yeah, that's all right. Maybe someday we'll dig it out. I have a list going of potential games that I think or know have CPU versus CPU. So I got a couple things on here like Super Mario 35 and Pac-Man 99. I'm not gonna put those on here because they were free to play games, and I'm pretty sure that one or both of them is dead to the point where like you can't even play it anymore. I know Mario 35 is. I assume Pac-Man 99 probably is. So we'll skip those. All right, so our next one. Pokemon Sword. This is another one I bought digitally. Again, one of my many regrets, but that's okay. It was still a fun game. I just wish I would have had it physically. I like this one, I think, more than a lot of people did. I think mostly because it had Galarian Farfetch'd in it, and Farfetch'd is one of my favorite Pokemon that like never got an evolution until this game, and he was like absolutely insanely strong. So I loved it. I can't remember like who else I had in my party. I think I used, who were the starters in this one? I think I used Grookey, who evolves into Rillaboom eventually. It was the first time that I didn't choose a water starter since Generation 1. Every generation I always picked the water starter. No, I'm sorry, I lied. I forgot about, because I didn't play it very much. Sun and Moon, I picked the cat, because I didn't like the seal. Sorry. Alright, I lied. Never mind. Forget the whole story. It's all null and void. It's all a lie. Pokemon Sword, everybody. I beat it, by the way. I didn't do the post game, but I did beat the Elite Four. So in my mind, that's a completion. I got credits. I'm counting it. Picross S. There are like 100 of these games, and unfortunately, I only own one of them because I just can't bring myself to keep spending money on them. They're all like $10 or something, and sometimes they run them on sale, but it's always like $1 off, so it's not a very good sale. But it's a decent Picross game. It had kind of this one mode that was kind of crazy, where like the grid was not like uniform. There would be like some rows that were like really big, and then some that were columns that were really wide. I think they called it like Super Picross or something. I didn't like that. But I did all the other puzzles because I love Picross. So Picross S, Switch. I imported digital. We'll call it complete. Pretty sure I finished. Because I think I even did the Super Picross, even though I didn't much care for it. All right, moving right along. Now we're getting into the dark times. 2020. Biggest value purchase of 2020 was this one right here, Animal Crossing. Again, I purchased it digitally because I don't know if you remember, all the stores were closed. And I think I had a leftover voucher hanging around, so I'm like, oh, I'll just use it on that. And I played it for... I wonder if it'll let me look. I gotta go to my account to see that, huh? Scroll way back here. Oh, it doesn't show me. It's too old. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I had 140 hours. But my profile doesn't show back that far, unfortunately. What can I say? It's Animal Crossing. It was really good. I loved it. I played a ton of it. It came out during the pandemic. You know, what a marketing scheme for them to come out with a global virus to make everybody stay inside and play video games for like 6 months, because it worked. A lot of stuff about New Horizons that I liked. I liked the little pole vault to where you could like jump over the rivers, so you didn't have to have bridges everywhere, which was nice because they limited how many bridges you were allowed to build, which I thought was kind of stupid. You were limited to how many bridges and staircases you could have, and I'm like, that's so dumb, because sometimes you wanted to do like a big wide staircase for like effect, and you couldn't do it, so it was kind of stinky. I definitely was one of the people who sat there like going into the camp like 150 times to try to get Raymond the cat villager, but I never got him. In fact, I don't think I got any of the cat villagers. I did get Cherry. She was my original island inhabitant, and apparently Cherry was like one of the big popular ones, but I kept her. I didn't want to trade. But I think I had like Cherry, which was like a dog. I had Ken, who was like a samurai crow. I had a lion, I can't remember his name, and I had an octopus who was like shy. And I had a horse. I had 2 horses, I think, at one point, and I think I got rid of one of them. And I had a pig that I think I got rid of because he had the same personality as one of the horses, so they said the same stuff all the time, and it really annoyed me. So I don't remember exactly what my final inhabitants were. I think one of them was a goat. I think I traded a horse for a goat. But I built my island to look like the map of Hyrule from Link to the Past, which was pretty fun. But unfortunately, after I did it, I was so friggin' sick of it, I didn't want to play the game anymore. So that was kind of it. I think I went back to it like the first time they did a big DLC, which like introduced like diving or something, and I was kind of like not impressed. So I didn't go back, and I didn't get the first DLC, like the what was it called, like where you basically just design the rooms, like you don't actually, it wasn't like on your island, you just like design rooms. I didn't buy that. I am kind of excited. Also, hi Artie, sorry I didn't say hi, I just started reading. I am kind of excited for the big update. I don't know if I'm gonna play it again, but I'm thinking about it. And like now the wheels are turning, like if I do play it again, do I want to start over? Because like I would be going back to it and like all the stuff would be done. Like I had a bunch of the paintings, and I had all the fossils, and I had like all the fish, all the butterflies and bugs. So there wouldn't be a lot to do, but if I started over, But then at the same time, like, I also feel like if I started over, I would just be mad that I have to do that beginning stuff again. So I don't know. But it's been 6 years. I mean, it's just, I guess you just imagine it's a new game and just play it like it's new, I suppose. I think, though, the thing that I disliked the most was the online component. It was really, really annoying that they had to play, like, 5 unskippable cutscenes every time someone entered or left your island, including involuntary disconnects. And it was like 4 minutes long, and you couldn't skip it, and you couldn't do anything about it. And so, like, when you would like do like turnip day, and your island would be like the big turnip seller, and everyone wanted to come sell your turnips, it was basically just like, just turn the thing on and go do something else, because you're not going to be able to actually play the game, because every 30 seconds it's just like, ding ding ding, a plane is arriving from another island, and I'm like, I don't care. So I really hope if they do make a new one that they don't do that. I hope they listen to feedback, because I think that was like universally hated. So anyway, Animal Crossing, very good game. Yeah, it is a little bit strange that's coming out after the holidays. I'm gonna say I completed this. I completed about as much as you can. But it's kind of close enough, I feel. Like, it is a game that's meant to be played like over a long period of time. I think it's almost like better to release it post-holiday, because if you release it over like Christmas break, like, people are gonna want to binge it. And the game's really not meant to be enjoyed that way. And unfortunately, people like force it, where it's like, I'm just gonna keep skipping the clock forward so that I can do this, and I'm gonna move to another season so I can catch this bug that I can. It's just like they speed run the game, and then they're like, there's no content, there's no content. And it's like, because you played through 4 seasons of content in a week because you can't friggin' wait. Like, so, you know, I'm one of those people that I understood like Nintendo's side of things when they're like, guys, it's not meant to be binged. It's not meant to be beat in 40 hours. Or, well, you know what I mean? Like, 40 straight hours. It's meant to be played like a half hour a day, an hour a day, over a period of weeks and months, and you come back and you visit. But yeah, of course it gets repetitive and stale when you do it for 8 hours a day every single day. But I also understand it was a friggin' pandemic, so it would have been nice to have some more content. All right, moving onward. I think this is digital. I don't know why the icon's different. Maybe it's involved. I don't know. Captain. Oh, oops. I wanted. That's fine. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker with DLC. This one was a fun one because Target, or I think it was Target, was trying to run a sale on the DLC and sell it for like $5, but they accidentally sold the deluxe edition, which was the base game plus the DLC, for $5, and I managed to buy it before they corrected it. So I got the base game and the DLC for $5, and honestly, it's a pretty fun little game. Like, I like the Captain Toad levels from Super Mario 3D World. I didn't know if I would want to play that many Captain Toad levels in a row, and to be honest, I didn't. So I played it for a while, and then I put it down, and then a few months later I came back and I'm like, yeah, I played, and it's very pick up and play friendly. There's not a lot of complex mechanics you have to remember, and there's no story really to be told. So it is just kind of a nice game you can pick up whenever you want. So I did finish it. Dude, I'll tell you what, putting drop downs in Google Sheets is about 100 times easier than putting them in Excel, because you literally just go to like insert drop down and then you type the options in. Whereas with Excel, you have to do like data validation, list, and then put them in like a comma separated list. So annoying. There are things I like better about Excel, and things I like better about Google. It's about 50. No, it's probably about 70/40. 70/30 Google Sheets with the coffee. Alright, what else we got? We got Golf Store. This was one that whoops. If I am just being like perfectly honest, I don't think I like this as much as everybody else did. I feel like everybody was saying this was like the game of the year, contender, best thing since sliced bread, and I got it and I played it and I was like, yeah, it was all right. I've never been compelled to play it again after I finished it. I don't know. I don't get it. So, there we are. Golf Story. Okay, I guess. Luckily, we're not doing ratings today. So. I'm surprised. I didn't think I was going to have any complete... But it's going to get worse, I promise. Especially when we get to the physical box. It's going to get way worse. Yeah, and it's not like super heavy golf, but like it does do some golf stuff, but it tries to get like wacky with it. Like at one point there's like a frisbee golf level, and then there's like I don't know. I just didn't fall in love with it because like I really like Mario Golf on the Game Boy Color, and it had like some RPG elements on it. So I'm thinking like, yeah, okay, this will be fun. But it really didn't grab me the same way. Alright, here's one probably no one has heard of. Voxelgram. This one I picked up because I found out this is basically 3D Picross from the Nintendo DS. And that was one of my favorite games. Like I think this one's like a better representation of like how it works. I didn't want to open. Whatever. That's. Like it wasn't hardcore golf, is what I mean by that. So like, yeah. So you start off with like a big brick of stuff, and then it'll show you. So like, if you see a 0, that means there's 0 in this whole row. That are like good blocks, so you can like just core out that whole row and this whole row and that whole row and this one, and this would mean that there's like 2 somewhere in this row and so on and so forth. So it plays like Picross, but it's 3-dimensional, and so I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed 3D Picross on the this one, the only thing that I didn't like about it was it was much easier to do 3D Picross with a stylus. The controls were a little bit, sometimes I felt like I was wrestling with them a bit when I wanted to like spin the thing a bit and then like poke through like a whole thing. I don't know. Dude, Picross is good, and if you don't like it, then you need to reevaluate your love of Picross. No, it's fine. I get it. Puzzle games aren't for everybody. Oops. But I really like Picross. It's just kind of relaxing. I used to have a Picross game on my phone that was like Konami. And it had a bunch of Konami games, themes and stuff, and Konami music, and I really enjoyed it. Pokemon Unite was a free-to-play game, so I'm not going to put it on the list. But that was one that I played for like a week and then never again. Tetris 99 is borderline, but since that's not something I can buy, I'm not going to put it on the list. But Tetris 99 was good. I played a lot of Tetris 99. I used to play a lot of Tetris back when Jonas was still alive. I used to hang out in his community all the time. He was the 7-time Classic Tetris World Champion, and I was pretty good friends with him and his wife, Heather, who was a Dr. Mario world champion. I also love Dr. Mario. So we used to play, and he used to do like community nights and stuff like that. So we would do Tetris 99, or there was one, I think, on PC that was called like J-Tris or something like that, which was a pretty good online client. But the problem was they were all really good, and I was just like, okay. So I lost all the time, but it was fun just to play with everybody. So I have a lot of fond memories with Tetris 99, but I honestly have not touched it probably in close to 5 years. Is what it is. It's a good game. Here's another one that I was influenced by a streamer named Jorf, called Nexomon. It is a Pokemon clone, a guest, and it was okay. I didn't finish it. I got kind of bored with it about halfway through. It was fun when like he was playing it and then I was playing it like at the same time. Like he'd be playing it on the screen, like, oh yeah, I just leveled up my 3 mushroom and it evolved into 5 mushrooms, and like it was a big joke and everything. And then he finished it, and then I was still playing, and I was like, this isn't fun anymore. So I immediately stopped. But it's actually, you know, as far as Pokemon clones go, it's pretty good. Mechanically speaking, and the art and stuff is not bad, but I just kind of fell off it after he. This is the second one in the series, so there's another one before this that I never played. That I think is just called like Nexomon. Anyway, it was alright. It was fine. Ooh, this one. Oh man, I don't even want to say this one because it's about to make somebody real mad. Pokemon Legends Arceus for the Nintendo Switch home video game console is a game that I purchased, and did not complete. I would like to be clear. I would like to. I don't remember exactly how far I got, but it was probably only about a quarter of the way through the game before I quit. I really like some of the stuff that this game did, to where it was not just about catching and battling, but there was like almost like a research element to it, where it's like you need to catch 30 of these Pokemon so that we can learn more about, you know, what they eat or how big they get or whatever. I kind of enjoyed that part of it, and it was like the battling stuff that I was like, I've been here, done this before. It was fine. It was weird though because it didn't follow like the regular rules. Like there was all these like rules about like speed and stuff that I didn't really understand very well, because I think I just kind of like I was like, I know Pokemon, I don't need to read the instructions. And turns out I don't know Pokemon, and I probably should have read the instructions. But I would like to try this one again. I've heard the new one is even better. I will admit, this is me being transparent, I did have trouble. If I had just played this in a vacuum, I probably would have loved it. But I did unfortunately not do that. I live in the real world. And there was a lot of shit talk about this game and how it looked and performed, and it impacted me. Like I couldn't not see it after they showed it. They're like, look at how bad these textures are, and look how bad this animation is. Oh my gosh, when something's too far away, it goes down to like 2 frames per second. And I couldn't not see it after I saw it. So I don't know, maybe it plays better on the Switch 2 now. I'm not sure. I don't think there was an official upgrade, but I think there were like some performance tweaks on it. But I have a feeling it's not going to be, you know, it's the meme right now where everybody always says show the windmill, you coward. So whenever they're showing like these upgraded versions of the Pokemon games, like one of the famously bad animations was like the windmill from, I think it was Sword and Shield. Might have been Scarlet Violet. I don't remember. But when the windmill got too far away, it bang, 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 and it was like going like there was only like 4 frames of animation, and it feels bad because Pokemon is such a beloved franchise. It's a huge moneymaker for Nintendo, and they just won't put the time and effort into making a really good one. Now, caveat, I've not played the new one, so I can't comment on it at all. But yeah, I definitely let that stuff get in my head, and I think it impacted my enjoyment into the game to the point where I gave it. But I think it's been a while. I think I could go back to it and give it another try at some point. Now it's just I have too many games to play. So it's on the list. Sorry, Artie, I know you like this one. But I did not finish. Moving on. Okay. Mario Golf. Oh, sorry, that's a physical. We'll get to that one later. Sorry, forget I said anything. This one I will cover later. That's a physical. Yeah, and I know some people like to complain about some things that are not really that significant, but I will admit some of the Pokemon games that came out for the Switch were pretty, like, they were really buggy, they looked like crap. They were really fun. They were really fun to play. They had good mechanics, they had nice Pokemon. They did some fun things. Scarlet and Violet is probably one of the most fun I've had playing a game, but it is one of the worst looking games I've played on a modern day console. I really just wish they would stop trying to pump out games every year and take some time and make a high quality Pokemon game. I really hope they do. And I hope having some better hardware helps them in that. I know the Switch had a lot of limitations. So I know that contributes. So this one, Stardew Valley, everybody knows this game. I love this game. I own it on PC and on Switch because this is before I had a Steam Deck, and I wanted to be able to play it in bed and on my couch, so I bought it on Switch because it was only like $10. And I'm like, boy, you can't get a much better value than that. So this one I do own twice, but on purpose. If you like Stardew Valley, or if you like Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley is basically just Harvest Moon on crack. Not much else to say. I love it. Even on the Switch, I probably played like 60, 70 hours of it. I think I did 2 different farms from start to quote-unquote finish on the Switch, and that's after I had done 2 on PC, and then also an ill-fated multiplayer attempt with, I think it was Dave, Artie, and Chuck, that we only played for like 2 days and then played it again, so womp womp. This one, I'm gonna say that I completed it because at the time that I played it, I completed all the content. However, they did add, Stardew Valley. That might be a fun game. They have added a bunch of content since I played it last. I think they added like a whole nother island area where you basically just play the game again. You basically just start another farm with nothing and then just start over. I didn't really understand it, but it exists. But anyway, it's a good game. Yeah, I won't disagree with you there. The day-night cycle could be a little bit frustrating. I know on PC there's some mods to make it a little bit longer. Primarily like the daytime. But the thing that annoyed me the most was just never being able to find people. Which again, the PC had a mod where you could just basically see a list and it would show you where everybody was. Because there were times that I swear people were not on the map. Like, they just didn't exist. Like, I would go everywhere, and either they were just really good at avoiding me, or like they were in an area that did not exist. Like, and the other frustrating part is when they would go in their own room and then you could see them in there. It's like, I have this quest to turn into you that needs to be turned in today, but you won't come out of your room and we're not good enough friends for me to come in there. It was a little annoying, but anyway. Oh, you know what? Oh, cool. Okay. Sorry, I was just thinking to myself for a minute. Because I thought I recently double purchased a game. But it turns out this is different. So, anyway. Monster Hunter Stories 2. So I just bought the first one and then like immediately remembered like, oh my gosh, you own it, idiot. But I'm wrong. I own Monster Hunter Stories 2 on the Switch. So I did not double purchase. Monster Hunter Stories 2 Wings of Ruin. I will admit I did not get very far in this one. I think it was just a timing thing. I think I started playing it and then either something else came out or something else was going on in my life that I just didn't have time to play it. But I don't have a lot to say about it, but it is interesting. It's like a more of a JRPG than like the base games, which are like action-based RPGs, I guess you would call them. There was kind of like this whole rock, paper, scissors system where like certain monsters have different attack types. If you use one type versus another monster, it's like super effective, blah, blah, blah. But I liked it, and I'd like to go back to it. So I bought the first one. And so I think what I'm going to do at some point is play the first one and then go back and try to play the second one. And now there's a third one coming up. So, boy, just lots of Monster Hunter stories going on. The one thing I will say that I do not like about this game, zoomed in, is that they call the monsters monsties, and I think that's really stupid. It's like, you're going to go train some monsties. Everybody trains monsties in this village. We all train monsties. I'm like, stop calling them that. It's the stupidest sounding thing ever. Anyway, Monster Hunter Stories 2. Wings of Ruin. Which one? Played but not completed. Alright, I think we're getting close to the end of the digital stuff. I don't know, maybe not. Is this digital? Yeah, this is digital. This is another one I was duped into buying by influencers. That's not true. I mean, it is, but it's not. Splatoon 3. Why did I say it like that? Splatoon 3. When it came out, I had never played Splatoon 1. I never played Splatoon 2. So I had no history with these games. And the third one came out, and I saw people playing it. They looked like they were having so much fun. I bought it, and then I started playing it, and I'm like, oh, I'm not very good at this. I'm not good at console on a controller. And I didn't really get the whole concept of like the battles and how they're supposed to go. Like, I don't know, it didn't click with me, and I didn't have anybody to play it with, I think was the big problem. Just like squatting up with randos in a cooperative shooter with no communication is like, it's hell on earth. You can't tell anybody to do anything. You can't have them tell you what to do. It's just like everybody's just doing their own thing. And you either get like the all-star who just carries the whole team, or you get put on a team with some people that probably need to be supervised. So I didn't love it. But I don't think it's the game's fault. I think it's probably my fault. But I have not gone back to it. I know that they released a bunch of content for it. This one is tricky to categorize because like it's an online multiplayer game. There's not really a completion, so I guess I'll say I played like 10 hours of it, which is good for me. But that is a physical game. That one I'll come back to. That's physical. That's not. Alright. So someone will like it. Fire Emblem. 3 houses. Get that right. Fire Emblem 3 Houses. Fire Emblem 3 Houses I bought pretty early on, because I think I bought my Switch after it came out. So it was already out before I got mine. And so I think I bought it very early, and I played like, I don't know, maybe 5 hours of it, and I walked away from it. And it wasn't, again, I don't think it was the game's fault. I just think I wasn't in the mood for it. So I bought it in like 2019, I think. Is that when the game came out? Came out in 2019. So I think I bought it shortly after it came out, which is when I got my Switch. And I don't know, it just wasn't clicking with me, and I heard everybody saying this is like, it's like the best one ever made, and I was just like, I'm not feeling it. But in 2023, I made it an objective to like go back and finish a bunch of games that I had started, without finishing, and this is one of the ones that made the list. So it was a long affair. I think I ended up putting like another 60 hours into it before I got credits. But I did complete one of the 3 houses. And I liked it. I enjoyed it. So it's a good game. The monastery stuff got a little bit monotonous towards the end, especially like once you had kind of like already maxed out a lot of stuff. There was not a lot of point in doing a lot of it. But it's a good game. I enjoyed it. I'm gonna say I completed it. I know technically that's generous. There needs to be an asterisk next to that one. Because I only completed technically 1/3 of it, but to me, I finished. All right, we got a pair here, and these are both digital. I'll kind of do them as a group. Yeah, I definitely agree. Like honestly, if I'm picking between the two right now, and maybe it's recency bias, I'd rather play, if I had to play one of them again, I'd probably rather play Engage again, but it's kind of a loaded question because I technically could play 3 Houses again and do one of the other stories and probably get a little bit more of a unique. So I don't know, but I think overall I liked Engage better. Even though 3 Houses might be a technically better game. But I'm not sure about that. I don't know. But yeah, I get that it was a lot of people's first game, and it was good, so a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, this whole series is amazing. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the new one. I'm hoping like around the time it comes out will maybe be around the time I am recovered from Fire Emblem Engage fatigue. And I'll be in the mood for playing another one. So Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, you're doing some chores. I was like, we haven't been talking about Scarlet and Violet for a minute, bud. That's okay. I understand. Doing chores. But I'm going to do Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom together because, and you'll see why. So I have both of these digitally. I got Breath of the Wild on the Wii U originally because I was not an early Switch adopter. I didn't think the Switch was going to be very good. I was an early Switch hater, admittedly. Eventually, I got so sick of everyone telling me about how good some of these games were. I bought one and I was like, okay, I probably should have bought one soon. But anyway. But I ended up buying this again so that I could have it on the Switch and play it on the Switch so that I didn't have to get my Wii U out of the closet again. And then obviously I think it looks and plays a lot better on the Switch as well. However, that said, I've started this game on 3 separate occasions. The Switch version, or sorry, the Wii U version, I played for about 24 hours and didn't finish it. The Switch version, I played for about 20 hours and didn't finish it, and then I restarted it because I didn't remember how to play the game, and so I restarted it, and I played it for like another 20 some hours, and I got to like almost exactly the same point as where I quit the first time. So I just can't finish this game. I don't know, it's just, I really like just wandering around and finding stuff and doing the temples, but I really don't like the combat. I don't know, I kind of wish the game didn't have combat. I'm just not very good at it, and I'm admitting that to everybody as a gamer. Like, I'm just not good at the combat. Like, I can't do it. I wish I was better, because I think the game is very good. I'm never gonna sit here and say that the game is not good because I'm not good at it. I wish I was better at it though. Which brings us to its sequel. Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom I bought with a voucher because it was a $70 game and I got the voucher for 40 bucks. So I figured that was like the best price I was ever going to see on that game. So I bought it at launch with the voucher. I have not played it because I don't want to play it till I finish the first one. I haven't finished the first one. So maybe someday I'm going to have to just like force myself to sit down and play it. But it's tough. I feel like this is my personal opinion. I feel like that both are so popular that they will probably have like a split branch where they will kind of continue this timeline of like Tears of the Kingdom stuff over off in this direction and continue to make those types of games, and then maybe go back to a more traditional, like, here's a Zelda game with 8 temples and unlockable items that help you progress to different areas type of stuff. I could see them doing that, because I know that there has been a lot of clamoring for them to go back to this type of the traditional formula, but I think also you cannot argue with how popular Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom were. I mean, they were both either Game of the Year or contenders, and they're like some of the best-selling games in the series. So yeah, I think if they're gonna do anything, they need to continue to make both. But we never know with Nintendo, right? That's physical, that's physical, that's physical, that's physical. Physical. We're getting into a lot of the physical stuff now. Physical. Wonderful one. That's physical. Digital. Okay, there's a digital. Yeah, Breath of the Wild really was a Switch seller. Because like I said, I was not on board with the Switch. I'm like, it doesn't look better. It's just like a little dinky handheld. I already got the Switch gamepad, but it's also got the big, it's got the thing that sits on the shelf. Like, I didn't believe in it to begin with. But eventually, like, they kept coming up with bangers. But I also was a little bit annoyed, and I still am, going through this list, how many games I bought twice. Because I bought them on the Wii U, didn't play them. Then I bought them again on the Switch because I'm like, well, I don't want to have to get that stupid Wii U out again. And then still never played. I don't like to admit it, but I will. All right, this one may look familiar to some of you. I don't want the voice cast. That's all right. Next digital game that I have is Arzette, the Jewel of Fairmore. I bought this one specifically to play for Video Game Book Club. Yeah. So you know what? Sorry, I'm diverting back to the previous conversation. So I was that way with the Wii U moving to the Switch. I was not like... it doesn't look that much better. It's not that gooder. Like, I don't want to move to another console and have to rebuy games. And I was like very anti-Switch. And eventually I caved in, and I was like, yeah, Switch got a lot of good stuff on it, and like being able to go handheld and dock is really good. And so I eventually caved in. So then when Switch 2 came out, I was like, don't mess around. Just buy the Switch 2 and start buying Switch 2 stuff. Like, just move. Now I was very relieved when I found out that it was going to have backwards compatibility, because now I at least don't have to buy so many of the games again. However, there are some that I will probably be tempted to upgrade. Which is kind of a shame that that's not free on everything, but I understand it. It took work to upgrade it. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. Yeah, Wii U was trash. I'm sorry. I still have one. I might play it again someday, and yeah, Mario Odyssey and Zelda really moved that console for sure. And that was what ultimately pushed me to buy it, was Mario Odyssey, which is funny because I didn't finish it. Well, my cousin actually was the one that kind of pushed me over the edge, because he posted this picture of him. So he was a theater major in college, and he worked for a cruise line for several years as the like stage lighting and technical director. So like did a lot of the stage effects and moving platforms and lighting and all that stuff. Well, he got relieved of that job, and so I think at the time he was like working for a church and doing like their basically stage production. I hate saying that about a church. It sounds so gross. But anyway, basically ran like all their lighting and stuff for their stage for their praise group. But one day he posted, he's like, hey, you know, this is the advantage to having access to this like huge theater size space with this giant screen. And like he had hooked his Switch up to like the mega church's sound and video system, and it was basically playing it on a movie theater size screen, sitting down in the, and I was like, man, that looks so cool. So that was one of the things that pushed me towards buying a Switch. The other one was that the new Animal Crossing was coming. I wanted to play it. So anyway, but yeah, so when Switch 2 got announced, I'm like, don't drag your feet on this one. I'm like, just get on board with it. You know the price is never going to come down. It's never coming down. And then, of course, with all the stuff that's going on with other things, the price could go up. I'm like, just freaking buy it. And I don't regret it. I think there's going to be a lot of stuff on here that I want to play. I've already played a few. So anyway, circling back, Arzette, Jewel of Faramore. This was kind of a fun homage to the Zelda CDI games. We did this as our video game book club game a couple months / years ago. I don't remember when we did it, but it was actually a fun little game. I enjoyed it because with like decent controls, it actually was kind of fun. But it was meant to be kind of farcical, and they really kind of like recreated some of like the meme moments of the Zelda CDI games. It was a good time. It was last year. Dang, man, that I feel like it was one of the first months I did, because the first one I did was Super Metroid. I feel like it was around March of 2024. Kind of crazy. All right, what else we got? That was a physical. Here's a digital. So I bought the bundle version of the Switch, the Mario Kart 8 bundle. So this is another one I own physically on Wii U. And then since I got the bundle version of the Switch, it came with a digital copy. I was a little disappointed that it didn't come as a physical copy, but it is what it is. But I eventually bought all the DLC tracks and everything for it, played a lot of this, used to play this on community nights, was pretty fun. I was pretty good at this one. I was okay. I'll say I was okay. I was like above average, but I wasn't like the best. Yeah, it was the first time I ever played Super Metroid. Well, not the first time I ever played it, but the first time I ever completed it. I played it on a emulator many years ago, and I didn't really know what to do, so I kind of got frustrated and quit it. And I was like, I don't understand why everybody likes this game. And then years after that, I played Metroid on the NES, and I used a walkthrough, and that game was rough for me. And I was like, I don't understand why people like this game. I don't want to play anymore. So I didn't. But then I was like, I need to give Super Metroid another chance. So I did, and I was like, okay, you know what? Actually, pretty. So I've since bought a few of the other Metroid games that I intend to play someday, but we'll get it. Yeah, Super Metroid was pretty fun. I played it on the Nintendo Switch actually, using the Super Nintendo thingamajigger. Cart. Let's see. And this one I definitely completed. I had like everything unlocked. Played all the tracks. Basically bested the game. Oh, I forgot this one was digital. But I own this one. I think I'm thinking of other one. Luigi's Mansion 3, baby. This is the only game that I've ever played during October. The only horror, quote-unquote, horror game that I've ever played during the month of October. Games stream in October, and I played Luigi's Mansion 3. I really like this game. This is a very good game. If you've not played it, I highly recommend you do play it. I just really liked everything about it. It looked really good. It was fun. The areas, the themes were really fun. The Gooigi mechanic was kind of weird, but it was fine. Yeah, this game just really kind of took me by surprise. I did not expect to really enjoy it, but I did. So there we have it. Good game. I played the first one on the GameCube. And I thought it was okay. It was one of those things where I think I was pretty young, and so like anything was like good to me. Like I was pretty forgiving with a lot of games, but I also didn't love it because like it was very weird to like get a new Nintendo console without a Mario game. Even I know Luigi is Mario. It's like oh well, why are we playing this and not playing Mario? Like what the heck? So, and then when Luigi's Mansion 2 came out on the 3DS, I didn't like the 3DS controls. The stupid stick I hated it, and then the screen really bothered my eyes, and so I couldn't really play on it for long periods of time. And I heard mixed things about it, so I skipped it. So, buying Luigi's Mansion 3 was kind of like a just shot in the dark, and it ended up being really good. So, there we have it. Okay, I think this one is actually the first Switch 2 exclusive on the list. Game that probably no one here has played, but was actually pretty good. The game's called Fast Fusion, and really what it came down to is when I got the Switch 1 and I got Mario Kart, and I was just like, what other Switch 2 games are like worth buying? And this one was popping up on like all sorts of lists, and I was like, really? And I think it's actually a sequel to a game that came out earlier, and I don't think I played the original. I know I didn't play the original, but like I hadn't even heard of it. But it's a racing game. It's kind of like a F-Zero GX slash Extreme G slash Redout, like the high speed racing type stuff. But the cool mechanic was like you could buy different racer pod things, and then you could fuse them together, and you could get like an amalgamation of the two, both physically and with your stats. So like you could get like a really high top speed one, and then one with good handling, and then fuse them and get one that was like pretty fast with really nice handling, and then it would take like the two like actual models and kind of merge them together, which was kind of a cool thing. But it was It was a fun game in and of itself. It was a little bit too complicated for me. Like they tried to throw in like these mechanics about like drifting on like these like specially marked parts of the road or something. Like I don't know. I feel like there was part of it that kind of escaped me. But overall, it was pretty good. So Fast Fusion. It was cheap too. I think it was $20 brand new, and I think I've seen it on sale as low as like 10 or 15. Say it complete. I don't know if I did. I probably didn't. For a racing game, like, what is complete? You know? All right. Hyrule Warriors. Oh yeah, I forgot I was googling this the villain because I was like, man, Nintendo really let somebody like just kind of go all out with this one, huh? Nintendo game. Very similar to some of the characters from Fire Emblem Engage. Weird. Anyway, we won't linger. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. I bought this one a long time ago, and I tried playing it on the Switch in handheld mode, and dear God, nigh unplayable. There was so much stuff on the screen, I couldn't read any of the text. The frame rate was just like, the Switch was like openly weeping. It was like, please go back to playing something else. It could not keep up, and I couldn't keep up. So I never played it until I got the Switch 2, and everyone's like, hey, this one runs a lot better. And then I ended up playing it on the TV, and it was so much easier to see. So the game itself, yeah, it's fun. It's mindless fun. It's like you really don't have to think a lot. You really just like, you just mash the X and Y buttons over and over and over again, and the guys just do sweet looking combos and kill hundreds of dudes at once, and it just looks cool. It's, you got to be in a real specific mood to play these games, but every once in a while I'm in that mood, and that happened right around shortly after the launch of the Switch 2. And so I played this one. I didn't finish it. I got through about 2/3 of it, I think. Of the story mode. There's like apparently like if you want to do all the challenges and get all the unlocks, it takes like 200 hours. It's crazy. I don't want to do that. But anyway, it's a good game, and as I already mentioned, it's got some sequels out there, and I think I own at least one of them that are apparently much better. Pressing tab instead of enter. But I had fun with it, to be perfectly honest. Alright. That's it for the digital stuff. And through everything. Now it's time for the physical stuff. I need to take a quick break. That coffee needs to make an exit. I'm going to take a quick, short little break here, and then we're going to start going through a big old box of stuff here. And I got a little cup full of Lucy's. I hope their cases are all in here. These were in my old Switch carrying case, and so I want to put them back where they go. So I just got them in a little cup here. We'll go through. But yeah, we'll keep going here in just a minute. Restroom them out. This is where it gets ugly, guys. I'm gonna admit to you. You're gonna be seeing a lot more red, maybe a little bit of blue, with maybe one or two green. This is where the box gets pretty nasty. This is where my true nature starts shining through. All right, we're back. I got on my Christmas tree, and I plugged it in, and it won't turn on. So I don't know if there's a problem with that outlet. There shouldn't be, because that's where my window air conditioner used to be plugged in, and it used to work. Or the bulb may have burned out, fortunately. So now it just sits there. Then I was like, I'm hungry. I wanted to try to get something to eat, but I don't like chewing into the microphone, but like, whatever. Deal with it. I was also kind of waiting for this playlist to end because it's almost over. I don't know. Sure. Okay. Excuse me. Alright, so we've logged all the digital stuff now, with one or two exceptions. I'll cover those. Now, you know what I didn't think about is, like, once stuff comes out of the box, I don't really have a place to put it. That's okay. Start with a big one here. Ring Fit Adventure. Much like many people, well, the problem is the box with all the stuff in it is sitting in the cat chair. So I'd have to put the box on the floor, but yeah, we got Ring Fit Adventure. Much like many people in 2020, I was like, oh man, I'm not gonna be able to go to the gym anymore. I hadn't gone to the gym in probably 6 years, so I don't know why I was so worried. I thought I was gonna get in shape during pandemic, and I fully intended to until my work, you could say they didn't take the pandemic quite as seriously as other people did. And people came to work with COVID all the time, and then I got COVID. And I was not asymptomatic. I almost died. So I did not use the Ring Fit. I was laying on my bed, which at the time was a mattress on the floor because I had just moved and I didn't have a bed frame yet. And wondering whether that night might be my last. Because I couldn't breathe and I couldn't get up off the floor and I thought I was gonna die there. But I eventually, pulled myself up by my bootstraps and unfortunately survived. So that being said, the Ring Fit never came out of the box. I literally was downstairs getting a couple cases that I knew were in a tote from when I moved, and I saw this like brown shipping box, and I was like, "What's in there?" It's still sealed. The tape's still on it, and I'm like, "Oh, you know what that is?" Sure enough, it's the Ring Fit. So Ring Fit, baby. Where am I typing? Why is it not? There we go. Ring Fit, Switch 1. This is one, I don't know, does anybody know if this actually works? Because I know originally it was one of like 4 games that was not backwards compatible with the Switch 2. Which I still have my Switch 1, so I could just take that, take that and hook it up if I wanted to, but I'd like to try it someday. I'd like to be in good enough shape to do it. I was doing pretty good with the yoga for about 7 months, 8 months, 9 months. And then I herniated a disc in my back. And I can't be on my feet that long anymore. I And so I really kind of fell off with that. And so unfortunately, I put a little bit of the weight back on, but I'm really going to try to start getting back into that. Like, I've been doing like light yoga to like help with my back, but like it's not rigorous enough to get the heart rate up and like get the weight loss going again. And I will admit, I fell into some old dietary habits because of stress that I've been dealing with, and that's how I deal with it, which is not good, but unfortunately therapy is expensive. So here we are. Ring fit. Alright. What we got? Mario Tennis. Mario Tennis Aces. This is one of the ones that's in my cup here. Pour them out. Mario Tennis Aces was not as good as I wanted it to be, but it wasn't bad. It was just very mediocre. Space. Want to go to Mario Ace Space? I played it for a while. I went through like most of the single player stuff. There weren't really many people playing it online anymore by the time I bought it. I don't know. And you're gonna hear this again from me later. I really feel like, so the Mario sports games used to be like kind of fun and wacky with like Mario flair. And I feel like anymore, they're just like neutering them and being like, here's a sports game, but it's got Mario in it. Play it. And they're perfectly functional, but it's just like, it's not that different than just playing a sports game anymore. I don't know. Kind of a bummer. I hope the new one, I know they're making a new one, and I hope it's better. That's all I can say. I did beat it though. I did finish the story, so it is a green one. One of the few. Ooh, I can smell the stink emanating from this one. Team Sonic Racing. If you love Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing Transformed, and you saw this, and thought it was going to be anything like it, I'm sorry. Because it stunk out loud. Didn't have the transformation mechanic anymore. The tracks weren't as good. And then it had this like stupid team mechanic where like you were forced to be on a team with like 2 other CPUs. And they sucked. They came in last every time. And so I'm coming in first, they're coming in last. Well, now all the people finishing in the middle, they're beating me because my team sucks so bad. And like the cars were just really uninspired. It was only Sonic characters too. And so they dug pretty deep into the roster. Like there were some characters that I'm like, that's a Sonic? I'll take your word for it. Because once you get past like Sonic, Knuckles, Tails, Amy, Shadow, Dr. Robotnik, I'm like, you're scraping the bottom in my opinion. And they not only did that, they kept going. But anyway, not a good game, unfortunately. I've heard very good things about Crossworlds. I would like to try it. I would not like to pay full price for it, because I did pay close to full price for this turd, and I got burned. So, should have read more about the reviews. I thought they were just being harsh. I thought they were just being haters. But they were right. Sonic Team, or it's technically called Team Sonic Racing. You know, honestly, Sonic Racing Transformed, I had that one on the Wii U. I honestly probably played that more than Mario Kart. I thought it was, like, legitimately thought it was better for a while. Now, once they added a bunch more DLC tracks and stuff for Mario Kart 8, it gets a little blurrier. But that game was right up there. I really like Transformed. Alright, sorry, I'm just organizing all my loose games here on the... Oh, that one pisses me off so bad that I opened that. Oh, such an idiot. Alright. Next one we got Collections. Or Collection of Mana. There we go. Get that reflection off there. Collection of Mana. had Secret of Mana, Trials of Mana, which I think was the first time we got that one in the US translated. And then Final Fantasy Adventure, which is apparently a mana game. I know it is. It was a mana game in Japan, but in the US, they're like, people aren't going to know what this is, so put Final Fantasy on it. And that's what they did. I will agree with you. Final Fantasy Adventure was a bit of a chin scratcher for me. I had to use a guide for like the entire thing. I thought it would be easy because it was a Game Boy game, and like traditionally those are a little bit more simplistic. It was kind of cool because I feel like this is the one where like you like recruited other like monsters or something to fight with you. Am I thinking of the right game? There's only one picture and it's really small. But anyway, so I played Final Fantasy Adventure on this, and I played Secret of Mana on this. I did not play Trials of Mana on this because they announced the Trials of Mana remake, and I thought I would rather wait and play that. And unfortunately, I haven't played that yet, but I have heard from some people who might be in this chat right now that Trials of Mana was pretty good. So I'll put this in the played not finished, because I technically only finished 2 out of the 3 games. That's kind of a stinker, because I would like to take credit for beating those 2 games, but because there's a 3rd game on here that I didn't even touch, I feel like I cannot, in good conscience, say that I beat the entirety of the collection of mana. Really? It was supposed to be a Final Fantasy in Japan too? I thought the whole thing was it was supposed to be a mana game, and they thought nobody would know what that is, it's not going to sell. So put the Final Fantasy name on it. I don't know. Anyway, good stuff. I got this one pretty cheap, I think. I think it was like $15. This is the one that upsets me. I do not remember opening this. I have no recollection of opening this because I had no intention of playing it. Super Mario 3D All-Stars. Limited print. Not that I really was like buying it to sell, but I was buying it more as a collector's item. I did not intend to play this. And for some reason I opened it because I was looking through my Switch case one day and I saw the cartridge for it and I'm like, why did I open that? Because the price for it sealed is a lot higher than the price for it open, but it is what it is. Like I said, I'm not trying to like turn around and sell it and make money, but I was buying it more as a collector item, and now I devalued it by opening it. So, is what it is, right? So that's Super Mario 3D All-Stars. I've heard that they're actually pretty good. I know some people prefer playing on this one, and then some people are like absolutely not. One of the bummer things is that it only has Super Mario Galaxy 1 on it, and then they finally re-released Super Mario Galaxy 2, but they released it along with Super Mario Galaxy 1 again. So like, and I think they sold them separately. Yeah, I was gonna say sealed it's worth like $200 to $300 depending on the day, and I opened mine, so it's probably worth like $50. Idiot. That's all right. Like I said, I'm not trying to make money off of it, but I did buy it to collect. Okay. Oh, I didn't finish that one. Sorry. Honestly, I might, now that it is open, I might play it because I've never played Mario Sunshine. And I guess I could technically play it on there. I don't think it's on the, is Mario Sunshine on the GameCube emulator? For Switch, the official, sorry, don't cancel me, Nintendo, the official GameCube emulator that you pay for? I don't know. I don't think it is. They probably wouldn't do that. But then again, they're not selling copies of this anymore, so who cares? I don't know. Anyway, next up. Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. You know, what can you say? It's Smash Brothers. It's got all the people in it. I enjoyed it. I had fun, but The older I get, the less I enjoy these games because I don't have anybody to play them with anymore. They're not really fun to play against the computer that much. But the cast was really cool, had a lot of cool guys in it. A lot of Fire Emblems. There's like a whole row of Fire Emblems. There's a bunch of Street Fighters and Final Fantasies. I never bought any of the DLC though, so I don't have any of the DLCs. But I really like Smash Brothers. I have a lot of fond memories of the original one. And then played a lot of Melee. Probably played more Smash Brothers Brawl than Melee though. Me and my friend really liked that one. But past that, like Smash Brothers 4, I didn't play a ton of. And then I got this one just because I'm like, you gotta get Smash. And then, like I said, I played around with it, but I don't know. Without having people to play with, it's just not as fun. Well, it should be in everybody's collection. If you have a Switch, you should have Super Mario Odyssey. That's true, Roy was not in Brawl. Mario Odyssey, I'm a bit of a... I feel like these get like moisture in them or something. I feel like all my cases are like kind of wavy. That stinks. I wonder if I can fix that somehow. But these are all the ones that were stored in the basement. I wonder if it's too damp down there. But they were in a tote that was sealed. I don't know. Whatever. But I'm a bit of a hypocrite because I never finished this. I played it on stream, actually. And I played through like the first 3 worlds, I think. I definitely played through like the opening world with like the big dinosaur. And then I played through the desert. And then I played through like the jungle wooded area. And then I think that's about where I stopped. Oh, it's got a scratch on it too. That stinks. Anyway, I need to go back and finish this someday. I was having a little trouble with the controls. I didn't like the kind of hybrid motion plus physical controls. I just wanted to play physical controls. And like the game didn't really seem to want to let me do that, because it wanted, like, even if you were using the like pro controller, it was like, yeah, toss your controller like this to throw Hattie. I'm like, I don't want to throw him. I just want a button. Anyway, it's a good game though, despite its flaws. Alright, here's another one of my Lucy's. Paper... Oh, sorry, I gotta put that on the list. How do you spell Odyssey? Switch. Physical. Played but not completed. Paper Mario. And the origami game. Alright. So, Paper Mario, the original, the OG, on the Super, or sorry, not the Super, the N64. Still one of my favorite RPGs. It's great. Thousand Year Door, very good. Maybe better. I don't know. I think the other one is a slightly elevated for me, but it's probably purely based on nostalgia. After that, man, they really took a dive. I really thought this one was going to pull it around. I liked what I saw early on, but honestly, one of the things that just... and it's not... I don't think it's the game's fault. I think Nintendo really put them in a box here. And like, well, you can't invent any new villains anymore. They're like, you can't do that. You can't make new villains. So all the villains in this game are office supplies. Sorry if I just spoiled that for you. The game's like 10 years old at this point. But like the first boss fight is a box of colored pencils. Like what the? I really wanted to like it. I think it had a lot of good things going for it. I really liked like doing the like toad search where you like look for like all the hidden toads and that are all rolled up and stuff. And the battle was unique, but I don't know that I loved it. But the boss fights were really just, the mechanic was really convoluted to me. And then just the fact that they're all stinking office supplies. I was like, this is stupid. Like, I think I fought a box of colored pencils and a stapler were the two bosses that I remember fighting, and I gave up. I don't know if I'll ever go back to it. I feel like I'd like to. I really like the origami, like, art style, like, all the enemies being, like, origami. I think that was really cool, but it's just, like, it lacks a certain, like, soul. Because, like, the only bad guy that they created was this, like, evil origami king. I don't know. Kind of stinky, but you can do worse. I heard, well, I haven't heard. I played Sticker Star, and it's worse. I heard pretty not great things about Color Splash, but I haven't played it, so I'll withhold my opinion there. But hello, kitty. Get in your chair. Okay. Go in the box. No. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't like games that like limit how you can play with the controls. That's one of the things. I've been playing web fishing with some people, and I really like the concept of the game, but it is keyboard mouse only. I'm like, man, this would play so good on controller. But unfortunately, the developer got kind of bullied by some not so great people, and so he basically gave up on the game. So it's just gonna live in its current state forever, probably. It was unfortunate because I think it could have been even better than it is. But it's still very fun. Anyway, sorry, not to get on that. We're gonna save it. Sorry, I'm trying to find this because it's the last one that's loose out of the cake, or the last. Oh, what do I have? I lied, it's not one of these. Whatever. Let's keep going. We'll dig it out eventually. I got two here that are still floating around. Alright. Now, we got a very special trio here. Not for any particular reason, just I'll tell you later. So the first among them, well, wouldn't you know? You just we're talking about it. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. You can probably see by the light reflecting on it. This one has not been opened. I have not played this one at all. Last year, at the end of the year, Woot was running a sale on Switch games, and they had some stuff for real cheap, and this was one of them. So I bought a handful of games, and this is one of them. I just haven't got around to it. I don't know if I'll play it or not. It was cheap. So we got Pokemon. In fact, all the next three games you're gonna see are all from that sale. And I got them all for like $20 or less. Which for Switch games, first party Switch games is insane. Alright. Next up on that list then is Mario versus Donkey Kong. I think this is a... I don't think it's a remake. I think it may just be inspired by. So there was like the Game Boy game, Donkey Kong 94, I think. It was either 93 or 94. I can't remember. And then they made the Mario and the Minis series. And so this game is inspired by those. I do not think it is a remake, but it may very well be a remake. It doesn't specifically say that it is, but I don't know that it would. But anyway, same kind of thing. It's puzzle levels where you got to find a key to open a door, so on and so forth. It's pretty fun. I haven't played this one specifically. I've heard that this one is pretty much on par with the series. But I remember playing DK94 a lot. I had it on my my 3DS. I got it as like a Nintendo reward. But I had a friend, I had a friend growing up who had it on a Game Boy, and I would see him every year at summer camp. And I would always, first thing is be like, "What's up, dude? You got that DK on the Game Boy? I'd like to play it." And then we'd swap games. So anyway, I like that. Next one I got is Kirby Star Allies. This is another one I do not know too much about. I think this was a new game. I don't think this was the one that got remade. I think that was something else. What was it? There was Nightmares in Dreamland, I think, was the one that got remade. I don't think I have that one. I will find out later, I guess. But this is Star Allies. I think this is different. I think this is this was a unique game that was made for the Switch. But you can correct me if I'm wrong. But again, this is still sealed. I haven't played this one yet. I got it cheap, so I wanted it in the collection. Again, I was kind of trying to complete a collection of all the Nintendo first party games, so I just kind of bought them all. So let's catch up here. Mario versus Donkey Kong. Switch 1. Oop. Ah. Physical. Never played. Sorry. Kirby Star. What the? What is going on here? I think I deleted one of my drop downs by mistake. There we go. We'll just use the mouse here. Kirby Star Allies. Which was not imported. This is physical. I've never played it. All right, now the next three are gonna look real familiar. Next three I got are Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu Edition, Mario vs. Donkey Kong, and Kirby Star Allies. And you're gonna say, Parma, you didn't buy the same three games twice. And I would say to you, no, I didn't actually buy them twice. Due to a shipping error in my favor, Woot accidentally sent me both. They sent me these twice. So I ordered like 6 games from them, or maybe it was 7, I can't remember. Instead of sending me one package with all 7 games, they sent me like 1 game at a time. I swear to you, every day for like a week, I would go to the mailbox and there would be 1 game in there. And finally, we were getting to the point where I almost had all of them. And then I opened one up. I'm like, well, wait a minute. I thought I already got that one. And then the next day, another one came and I was like, well, what the? And then another one. So they sent me 2 copies of these 3 games, but I did not pay for them. And you know what? I was like, I should be a good Samaritan and send these back. And I said, you know what? Fuck them. They're owned by Amazon. They can absorb it. So anyway, I have extra copies of these. I haven't decided what to do with them yet. I thought about giving them to my nephew, but his mom is real particular about stuff that involves the word evolution. You can draw your own conclusions, and I really just don't want to deal with her. So I'm still holding on to these. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. But so I do have a few duplicates, but that was not my fault. Set those over there. All right. Grab a few more here. All right. the next one I got here is Pokemon Scarlet. I'm sorry, Violet. I can't read. I also don't know colors. I got Pokemon Violet. I think that the electric motorcycle looks much better than the motorcycle with legs. I think the motorcycle with legs is the stupidest thing that Nintendo has come up with, and they came up with a Pokemon that is a trash bag and a lamp and a keychain and an ice cream cone. And they're like, what if the motorcycle had legs and instead of rolling around, it ran around on its feet? How stupid. Anyway. Koraidon is much better. Or is that Miraidon? I think that's Miraidon. Which one is which? I don't remember which one is which. Let me see a little inside. I haven't been showing the insides. But yeah, I agree. The graphics and performance were so bad that it constantly ate away at me. But it was one of my favorites. Now one of the things that I'll call it complain. One of the things I'll complain about is that it's like, it's open world. You can go wherever you want. And that's got a huge asterisk appended to it because you can. However, if you go to the wrong gym, they're going to be like level 50 and you're going to have like a level 8. And so you can't just go wherever you want. You still technically need to do them in order, because what I did is I accidentally went out of order. I went to gym 1 and then I went to gym 3 and then I played gym 4, 5, 6, whatever. And then I went back to what I thought was gym 8, but it was actually gym 2 and everything was like level 12. So, and all the wild Pokemon levels are fixed. So if you go to like a high level area, the wild Pokemon are all going to be like level 50, which works to your advantage because if you kind of cheese some of the traversal mechanics and get to an area where you're not supposed to be, you can catch like a level 50 way before you're supposed to be able to, and then you can just beat the game with it. Not that I did that with an Arcanine, but anyway. It was a good attempt, but I feel like it needs a little time in the lab. That is true. I played the game. The levels are fixed. Like I'm pretty sure that they're meant to be done in a specific order. Because like I said, I ended up going back to one that I didn't go to. At a much higher level, and everything was like level 14. Because yeah, I think it wanted me to do that one first or second. But anyway, I think it was a good concept, but I think they need a little more time in the lab with it. But unfortunately, it was kind of marred by all the performance issues anyway. So kind of. That's all anybody remembers, unfortunately. I did beat it though. I did complete it. I beat the Elite Four. I don't know how much of the post game I did. I was kind of bored with it after that. I was kind of sick of seeing all the same glitchy stuff wobbling around the field. Anyway. Next up, we got Kirby and the Forgotten Lands. Another Kirby game. I'm not like the biggest Kirby fan, but like everybody was talking about this one. They're like, oh my gosh, it's so good. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. But it is at its core a game designed for children, and so it does not propose a huge amount of challenge until the final boss of this thing is a son of a gun. Like, I remember I breezed through this game. I don't think I got 100% on every level the first try through. I beat all the time challenges. Nothing was difficult. I got to the final boss of this game, and that thing kicked my butt for like an hour and a half. Maybe not that long. It felt that long, though. I lost many times. But I haven't played the DLC, the new Switch 2 version. I'm probably not going to pay for it, if I'm just being honest. However, if I ever get the upgraded like Nintendo Switch Online, I don't know if that is one of the free upgrades that's included. Probably not. All right. You know what? All right, next up, I got Monster Hunter Rise. No, I did not buy 2 copies. This is just a steelbook. It's not opened. But Monster Hunter Rise, I got this on the Switch. It was okay. It ran okay. I didn't play a ton of it though. Yeah, it's got very beautiful inside cover art. But it was pretty good. It was a little bit different from Monster Hunter World, which was the one that I probably liked the most. But it was still alright. The one thing I will say about this is that the online lobby system was way better, to where you didn't have to watch stupid cutscenes before you could fight the monsters. Because like with Monster Hunter Worlds, if you wanted to like progress through the higher level monsters, you had to play the story, and you couldn't really just play the story co-op. What you would have to do is, like, I would have to start the level with Monster A, and then I would have to find Monster A in its habitat and watch a cutscene of Monster A for like 3 seconds, and then other people could join my hunt. Up until that point, you can't be together, you have to be by yourself. Well, meanwhile, if you're trying to play with a friend, they also have to go into their version of the game and play until they get to Monster A. So like if I played by myself or with someone else and I got to like Monster 10 and then I wanted to play with someone like Artie and he's only on Monster 1, now he has to go in and find all those monsters and I just have to sit in the lobby and jerk off for 40 minutes while you look for a stupid thing on the map. So I didn't like that about Monster Hunter World. Everything else about Monster Hunter World I think I liked more. It looked better, it was more fun. However, on this though, you just went to, there was like a cafe or something, the gathering hub, and you said, I want to go fight this monster with this party, let's go. And it was so easy and so quick. So that I do like about it. So I just tried to type into the stream preview instead of the spreadsheet. I did not buy the DLC for this. However, this is a game that I multiple purchased because I ended up getting it in a bundle for PC at some point. So I do own this on PC as well with the DLC, the Sunbreak DLC, but I've never played the PC version. But I think it's a pretty good one, but I still think Monster Hunter World edges it out for me. I have not played whatever the new one is. I'll say played but not finished, because I technically didn't play like the whole story mode. But anyway, yeah, the new Monster Hunter I haven't played. Everybody said they weren't going to get it, so I didn't get it, and then everybody got it and played it, and by the time I knew, they were all done with it, so I didn't get it. But I don't feel like I missed out. Save that one. We got another Hyrule Warriors, Age of Calamity. This was the first sequel. I do not own the second sequel yet. I will probably get it at some point, but not until I beat this one. I'm not going to buy it until I beat this one, I think. But this one is kind of the same type of, it's a Masu game, where just huge hordes of enemies and you just like swing wildly and blow stuff up, and it looks and is just really fun. But this one is set in like the Breath of the Wild setting, whereas like the other one is just more like kind of a generic 3D Zelda. I don't know that it's particularly set in any one. I know there's some characters from Skyward Sword in it, but I think there's also some people from some other games, but then there's some originals. So, but this one is definitely, it's like a prequel to Breath of the Wild. So it's like all the heroes that are mentioned in Breath of the Wild that are, spoiler, not there anymore, are in this game, so you get to play as them. So I look forward to playing that one someday, but I gotta be in the mood for a game. Oh, this one, I was hesitant to buy. I haven't played it yet. Oh, sorry. I gotta stop talking. I roll Warriors, Age of Calamity. All right, enjoy your dinner. But I almost didn't buy this game because of the first game. But I got Bravely Default 2 here. I haven't played it yet. It's one that's kind of been bouncing around on my list. But I haven't got around to it yet. I played the first one on 3DS. I don't want to say too much in case there's anybody out there who hasn't played it for themselves. It does something, uses a plot device that I did not care for, that really just felt like filler and padding to make the game longer. And so that it kind of soiled that game for me. So I was real hesitant to buy this one, but I heard from people who played it that number one does not do that same thing, and number two was good. So I did buy it. It's got some nice inside cover art there. Some characters, some good art. I like when they have good inside cover art. Unfortunately, a lot of the Switch games just have like blank white pages inside these days. But anyway, look forward to trying this someday. I hope it's good. One of the things that I really liked about the first one was it was one of the first RPGs that I played that allowed you to like tamper with the encounter rate and also speed up random battles. So if you wanted to grind, you could just max out the encounter rate and turn the battle speed up to like 4x and just like mash the button, right? And like level up your different classes. But if you were in like a more story-based area and maybe you didn't want any battles, you could just turn random encounters off and then go straight to the boss. It was nice. I enjoyed that aspect of it. I don't know if this has the same thing. I haven't played it yet. But Bravely Default 2. The Nintendo Switch. Never played. We got Metroid Prime Remastered, Metroid Prime 1 Remastered. I gotta get a different setup here for this so it's not so glary, but I have Metroid Prime 1 and 2 on the GameCube. I barely played the first one. I don't know why, it just wasn't kind of clicking with me. But this one has a reversible cover, so you can flip it around. Kind of neat, but I didn't play much of it, and so I didn't play the second one, and I didn't play the third one. And then this one came out, and it looked way better. And so I'm like, you know what, I might actually play that. And it was shortly after we played Super Metroid, I think, that I saw this one on sale. And so I picked this up, and my hope was before Metroid Prime 4, which at that point I don't think had a solid release date yet. My hope was that they were going to remake all of them, and that they would do like a Prime Trilogy remake. But unfortunately, that is yet to come to pass, and I don't know if it will. But I can at least play this one, and then I guess if I want to play Metroid Prime 2, I got to break out the Wii or the GameCube and play that. And then Metroid Prime 3 is only on the GameCube, so, or I'm sorry, only on the Wii, because it's got the motion controls. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I get. I'm definitely gonna play this one, but I don't know if I'll play the other ones. Metroid Prime 4 is also kind of a question mark for me. It'll probably depend on how much I like this, if I'm gonna buy that. Metroid Prime remake. Never been played. Alright. We got another one here, another Masu game. Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. I'm trying to get up. Can't do it. It's not possible. There we go. A bit better. The Fire Emblem 3 Houses themed Masu game. I have not played this one. Like I said, I've been trying to work my way through the Hyrule Warriors one first, because I've had it the longest. But I don't know anything about it, except that it's a Masu style game. I don't know if it's good or bad or indifferent. I don't know if it brings any of the Fire Emblem mechanics or anything into the game, or if it's really just a button masher, which is, you know, which is fine. That's what I expected when I bought it. So, but I believe this one, I don't remember like what the deal is. Like if it's meant to be like post 3 houses, or if it's meant to be like alternate, or if it's meant to be like the time in between. I know there was a big gap of time in 3 houses that's kind of unaccounted for. So I actually don't know. So alternate timeline, that makes sense. But I'll probably get to it someday. Let's do this. But I know there was another Fire Emblem Warriors game. I think it was on the Switch. I don't know if I have that one though. We'll find out by the end of the night. I can't remember honestly if I bought that or not. A little sweet treat here. I grabbed some of my Christmas candy. Yeah, I knew it was on 3DS, so I was kind of thinking it might be on the Wii U. But okay, it is a Switch. All right. Oh, I gotta get this sticker off of here someday. I bought this one used. We got Mario Party Superstars. Oh, there we go. Got a little bit of an angle. This is one of the better ones in my opinion. This is the one where they remade some of the most popular maps from Mario Party 1, 2, and 3. And it was pretty good. I played it single player. Again, it's probably more fun multiplayer, but I used to play this game single player all the time as a kid because I didn't have any friends. I did, but they weren't allowed to come to my house, so I only played this multiplayer sometimes. Sometimes I could trick my sister into playing with me, but not very often because I beat her all the time. But this is the one to get if you're only going to get one of the 3 Mario Party games that are currently available on Switch. This is the one I recommend the most. But that may be fueled by nostalgia. I don't know. I don't remember if this had online. I feel like there was one that had online, and it was just like certain mini games. Like you couldn't play like the full game online. That might have been Super Mario Party. I honestly can't remember because I wouldn't have asked anybody to play this online anyway. But like I said, if you're only gonna get one, that's my pick. So we got Mario Party Superstars. Oops, I didn't finish this out. That one, I'll say I completed it. I mean, it's a party game. It's got a decent inside cover. button over there. Over here. All right, what do we got? Next one I got is there, kind of an angle. Super Mario Maker 2. This is one I did not have a lot of interest in playing. I mostly, like I said, I just bought it because I was kind of out to own a lot of the first party games on Switch. And also I was buying, I think it was a sale where you had to buy 2 to get 1 free. And I think this was the only one left that I didn't own, so I just ended up with it. I have not played it. I used to watch Game Grumps play Mario Maker a lot, and it was really fun to watch, but like I don't really have that dog in me to play like those super hard levels, and I feel like there's only like 2 types of levels, and it's like baby's first level or like Satan's asshole. Like those are the only 2 possible outcomes. I know that's not true, but I feel like that's what I've seen. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever play that one at this point. I don't know how active a community is still on there. I know I used to see this article pop up every once in a while about a guy who was still playing Mario Maker 1, and he was trying to make like the hardest level possible, but in order to publish it publicly, you have to be able to beat it. And so he spent like, 5 years trying to beat his own level. I don't know if he ever got it published or not, but at this point I'm sure that they probably shut down the server. Poor guy. More chocolate. Chocolate! Chocolate! Alright. Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's a Furry. This is a good game. So I'm gonna count it because I played Super Mario 3D World 100% on the Wii U, and then I bought this version, and I did not play Mario 3D World on it, but I played Bowser's Fury on it. So I have completed both sides of the excuse me, I have completed both sides of the coin there. It's just the one I did on the Wii U before I rebought it. But again, I kind of like bit the bullet at some point and said like, I don't ever want to have to play that Wii U again, so I'm just going to buy everything again. So I bought it again. But at least it came with Bowser's Fury, and honestly, I would not say that's a $60 game. That's at least like a good $30 game. Like if they charged $30 for that, I don't think they'd be out of pocket. It was a good fun experience. But oh, sorry, hold on. That's got the Bowser's Fury art on the inside cover. Do it without. It's a good game though. Mario 3D World is one of my favorite Mario games. I really enjoy. I know friend of the stream. I hope he's friend of the stream. Friend of the stream, Oglib. Does a lot of not shouldn't say a lot of, but he does periodic Super Mario 3D World 100% speed runs. So I think there's what is there 380 stars in 3D World, and then there's like another 100 shines in Bowser's Fury. So sometimes they'll do a 480 race, so you have to do all 380 in Super Mario 3D World, and then you have to do all 100 in Bowser's Fury. It's pretty intense. So I consider him a friend, but I don't know. I feel like sometimes I've gotten under his skin a little bit, which is fair. I do that to some people. So I don't know if he would return the favor. It probably depends on the day in which you ask him. But I consider Oglib to be a friend of the stream. I've known him for a good while from met him in Chuck's stream back during the old Super Mario 3 speedrun days. Alright, next up on the list. Rest in peace, King. Donkey Kong. Rare Donkey Kong is dead. New Donkey Kong is probably here to stay. But we got Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. I think this was a remake of a Switch game. Or remake of a Wii U game. And yeah, added the Funky Kong mode. I've not played this one though. It's always kind of been on my back burner. I haven't got to it though, so I can't say much about it. I used to watch somebody speedrun the Funky mode, and it looked pretty fun. But I know that's another one that Glib used to be a fan of. And he used to always talk about how, you know, how long the game had been out and how it still cost $60. And so we would always kind of like jokingly, whenever you would see a discount, oh my god, I can't type. Whenever you would see a discount on Tropical Freeze, we would send it to him and be like, oh my gosh, it's down to $54.99. It's crazy. This game was, I forget where I got it from, but it was one of the few times that I saw it. I think I got it for $42. That's like one of the cheapest I ever seen it. Oops, not an import. Sorry, Donkey Kong, have not played it. Oh, this is Retro Studios. I don't know if it says that anywhere on here. I know a lot of times they don't put that stuff on here. So it might be. This is another one that had a reversible. So that's the inside cover there. That's the reversible. I know it's Funky Kong, but the fuck barrel is a little bit risque for a Nintendo game. I don't know, man. Somebody made a choice there, and I respect it. I respect it. Alright, we got Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. So I bought this after I played Luigi's Mansion 3, because I like that game so much that I'm like, I gotta give this one a try. I have not given it a try. I bought it. That's step one. So the hard part's done. Now I just gotta find time to play it. But I heard that this version was good. And like I said, my big beef with it before was the fact that it was on the 3DS. So I have a feeling that I'll probably enjoy it when I get around to it. But unfortunately, it's got big shoes to fill because I really, really liked Luigi's Mansion 3. Like I said, you're gonna be seeing a lot more red now that we're into the physical gang. I buy a lot of games when I see them on sale. I'm like, I'll get around to that. I'll get around to that. A lot of these things are still sealed. Like this one's still got cellophane on it. Here we go. This is part of the Bayonetta world, I think. Bayonetta Cereza, the Lost Demon, and the Lost Demon. So this is like the Bayonetta origin story. I've only ever played Bayonetta 1. I haven't played 2 or 3. But again, I think this was in a sale where it was like you buy a couple, you get one free. And this was my freebie because there wasn't anything else I didn't own. And I did hear that this game was pretty good. But I don't know much about it. I think it's like a Metroidvania style action game. But I really couldn't tell you. I've never seen anyone play it, and I've never played it myself. But I remember seeing the trailers and thinking it looked okay. I'd like to show off the insides of these, but I don't want to crack them open. I don't know why. I have a mental illness, and I need you to respect that. so sealed they're gonna stay sealed. Understand me? Okay. We'll save that one. Save. Although I got them all now, so I could. All right. So this one, this is one I skipped during the digital section because it has a partner physical game, which I actually got them together. Oh, this one doesn't have an inside. This is a Ubisoft game. There is no inside cover. It's just a wall of legal text. So I won't show the inside because it also has my downloadable content code. But so this is Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope. This is the sequel. This also came with a code for the first game. So I actually have both, but I've only played the first one and I didn't finish it. So I think it's just called Kingdoms. I don't know. That's not important. No digital played but didn't finish. Mario plus Kingdom Battle, you're right. We'll fix it. We'll fix it, because now that I know that it's wrong, I gotta fix it. Yeah, so I played the first one. I really like it. It's just, it was kind of long, so I didn't finish it. But it's, if you've never played it, it's kind of like what if Mario was XCOM, but silly, and it works. So I haven't played this one yet, so I don't know if the gameplay deviates at all. I'm looking at the pictures on the back. It kind of looks similar. It still says it's tactical. And he's still holding a gun, so I would hope so. But it was pretty fun. It kind of took the XCOM formula and kind of added some puzzling elements to it. Because like there was some stuff you would have to do where like with your movement, instead of just moving, you know, behind cover in like a straight line, you could like run up and like slide into an enemy and kick them, and then like double back to be behind like cover, and then like if you kick the enemy, like it deals like a small amount of damage, but then it takes away their turn, I think. At least in the beginning of the game it did. And so there's like a strategy element to it, and so there's some battles where like you have to do that, and then there's others where like you gotta jump on people, and there's others where you just gotta get out of the battle. Anyway, it's fun. I enjoy it. I would like to go back and finish the first one, and then I'd like to play this one someday. So who knows? Could happen. Anything can happen. But I have that one physically. Never been played. All right. Another one that I think is potentially a favorite. I think I've heard you talk about this one. Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Hashtag Fire Emblem Encore. I know it's not a hashtag. I think it's. I don't know how you're actually supposed to read the title. I think I heard Zero Count say it one time as Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp Fire Emblem Encore. I don't technically know. It's a sharp, okay. Like it looks like a kind of like a sharp. Sharp's a little more. It doesn't matter. I've not played this. I would like to play this. Because it kind of takes elements of two franchises that I enjoy and crosses them together. I almost bought this on the Wii U back in the day, and I didn't, and I kind of regretted it. So then when they came out with it on the Switch, I was like, I gotta get it, and then I just put it on the pile, you know. But I think it looks interesting. I don't know exactly who's involved. So I don't know if it's like people from Fire Emblem games past, or if it's just like, hey, these people are from the Fire Emblem universe, and you just kind of have to believe them. Who knows? But I think it could be fun to do that someday. Obviously, I did, or I wouldn't have bought it. But so Tokyo Mirage Sessions. I know it's not a sharp sign, but that's okay. Sharp. FE. Encore. Okay, so they are from previous games. Okay. That was what I wasn't sure of, if it was like actual Fire Emblem characters, or if it was just like, I'm from the Kingdom of Fodlan. I should remember more of the kingdoms, because I just played Engage, and I can't remember. I have Pokemon Kingdoms stuck in my head right now. I just can't think of anything but Paldea. Alright, we'll do this one now. We've done a lot of small ones. We'll do another big one. We got this guy here. This is the Starlink Battle for Atlas Collector's Edition. It came with the only reason I bought this realistically is because it came with the R-Wing figure. And I really thought that was cool. So it's got a little Fox McCloud mini, and then I don't know, John Starlink is in there somewhere. But then it's got some weapons. So like the cool thing that you could do with this is that it's got near field communications, and so like you could tap these little guys onto the Switch, and like it would like fire the weapon, or it would like switch your ship to the R-Wing, or just different things. However, in practice, it was the clunkiest thing ever to do in the middle of like actual battles in this game, and so I never really used it. But it was, I don't know. So like I played like the first few hours of this game. I didn't finish it. But like the first couple missions, like you're flying around space like in the R-Wing, and I'm like, dude, this is like a sweet Star Fox game. And then you like crash land on a planet, and then you get to be in the R-Wing still if you want to. You can get other ships, but you can be in the R-Wing if you want to. But it doesn't fly anymore. It just hovers, and you just hover around the surface of the planet, and you scan a bunch of stuff. It's like, this is a fart plant, and this is a googly gonk monster, and this is a, and you scan a bunch of stuff on the planet, and there is combat. But I don't know, it started off strong, and I was really excited to play it, and then once that happened, I was like, oh, this isn't, I don't know if I'll ever go back to it or not. But you can see there's like other ships you can get in the game that you could buy the action figures for, and so you could like swap them into, there's like this black plastic piece. It would you like swap them into the black plastic and then like jam it down on top of your Switch, and it'd be like changing ships, and it was just like, I don't know. It sounds cool if you're like into that stuff, but like in practice, it just didn't work that well. I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever go back to this or not, but I just liked having the Star Fox stuff for like display purposes, and of course I just left it in the box because I don't really have anywhere to put it right now, but I like it. But I do have the game. Unfortunately, I haven't found the case yet. Here's the game. Pretty sure it has a case. Sorry, I've got an organization system. Maybe I lost the case. I don't see it in here. It's in the box. It is. Oh, it is. Here we go. There's a box for it. So the thing is, like, I think this game also came out on like PlayStation. and maybe Xbox, I'm not sure. But they made a specific Nintendo version for it that had the Star Fox content. The other versions, obviously, for reasons you can imagine, did not have the Star Fox content. The inside's blank, so I'm not going to show it. So I thought that was kind of interesting that they let Ubisoft make them. Apparently, Nintendo loves Ubisoft because they let them make Starlink, and then they let them make the 2 Rabbids games. I wish they'd give somebody else a crack at it. Anyway, all right, moving on. All right, this is my other loose one. This is Super Mario Golf, or Mario Golf Super Rush. Sorry, before I forget, I forgot to put that on the board. Starlink. Alright, so we got Mario Golf Super Rush. So, this is, I kind of talked about this before. This game is fine, and it's only fine. It's not good, it's not bad, it's just fine. I really feel like they took everything that's good about Mario Golf and they stripped it out. And then they just made it a golf game and put Mario in it. I was excited because they're like, we're bringing the RPG system back from Mario Golf on the Game Boy Color. And I was like, yeah. It was nothing like that. The RPG levels sucked. It was not fun. And then the game itself was just very bland. It was just the courses didn't have a lot of obstacles. They didn't have like any of that Mario flair. Like the one on the 3DS was really good. There was like courses that were like underwater, and then there was like warp pipes and bob-ombs and just all sorts of stuff. And this one just didn't have the sauce. The inside cover is just the instruction manual for the game. So nothing real sexy there. But I don't know. And then so the big highlight was this new speed golf mode where you hit the ball and then you run after it. I thought it was dumb. Maybe other people liked it. I thought it was stupid. I was like, why would you want to do that? It was just like, yeah, but what if you... They did the same thing with Mario Kart World, and I think that they're realizing this formula is not winning. Like, you would finish the hole, and it's like, okay, now you gotta run on foot to the next hole. Are people asking for that? Was that what we really wanted? Like, that's not what was missing. It's so frustrating because I loved Toadstool Tour on the GameCube. The one on N64 was okay, but Mario Golf on the Game Boy Color was pretty good. But the one on the 3DS, I'm trying to remember what the subtitle was, but I won't remember it. That one was the best. And they had DLC characters, which I paid for and then never used on the Game Boy or the 3DS one. But like this one, I don't know. It just didn't have the Mario heart to it. It just felt like Hot Shots Golf, but they plugged Mario into it. I don't know. Not for me. I'm hoping that they wake up. I did beat it though. I played it. I played through. Oh, here's one of my many regrets. Not that. Anyway, here's the Contra collection for the Switch. I foolishly ordered this from Limited Run Games at the same time that I ordered a Limited Run Collector's Edition, and because the Collector's Edition took 2 years to be produced and sent out, they didn't send me this game for 2 years. They're like, well, it's part of the same order. So we're not going to ship it separately because that'd be stupid. So they basically had this sitting on a shelf for 2 years before they sent it to me. And by the time I got it, I forgot I even ordered it. I have not played it. But it's got like Contra 1. I think it's got Super C. Oh yeah, here we go. Contra Arcade, Super Contra, Contra Japan, Super C, Contra 3 Alien Wars, Operation C, Contra Hardcore, Super Probotector Alien Rebels, of course, everyone's favorite, and Probotector. So, I don't know why I bought this. I think they threw it in my face when I was checking out for the other thing, and I'm like, oh, I used to play Contra. And it was only like 20 bucks. I was like, sure, this will be a nice addition. And then I forgot, because they didn't send it to me for 2 years. There we have it. So Contra. Still in the wrapper. Haven't opened it. Hey, on, kitty. You want your box back? Too bad, you can't have it. You have it back in a bit. This isn't even your box. This box was the basement. Just mad because I'm not letting you. Here's another one. Pocky and Rocky Reshrined. This is a remake of Pocky and Rocky. Another one, I'm not sure why I bought it, but I played it. It's fun. I don't... No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Come on. Come on now. You're being a turd. Very much like the turd you dropped earlier. Right after I got out of the shower. It stunk up the whole house. I don't have a particular like connection to Pocky and Rocky. I don't remember where I got this or why I got this. But it was cheap. I do remember that. I think that's probably why I bought it. But I played it. It's fun. It's like a little like shmup type game where you run around and throw like spell tags at Japanese yokai or something like that. But you can play as like a little girl or you can play as like a raccoon. I think the girl turns into a raccoon. I don't know, man. It's been a while. But anyway, Pocky and Rocky, it was good fun. I think I paid $9 for it. I'll save that one because it's got a partner in here somewhere. Here's one that this is a regret, but not. I don't regret buying it. I regret that I haven't played it yet. This is Wonderful 101. This was originally released on the Wii U. And it's a remastered version. You kind of control like this big squad of heroes, and you kind of run around Pikmin style and like fight stuff. And it looked really cool, and I always wanted it, and then it came out on Switch, and so I bought it. But I have not got to it yet. So, how far am I through? I have. Oh, I don't know. I probably still got like 20 games left. I told you I have a problem. I think I got about 20 or so left. Yeah, I'm trying not to dwell on anything too long, but okay. Obviously, some of them I have more to say about than others. Okay, there we go. Okay, this will be a quick one because I bought it used. Has no cover on it. It is Yoshi's Crafted World. It was very cheap. That's the only reason I bought it. And again, I was like, I would like to have all the Switch games. But now that I see it, and I thought I was getting one with a cover on it because the picture that they showed me online had a cover on it. So I'm sure I can print off a cover, but the problem is like the case is a different size. Actually, no, it's about right. Never mind. It looked a little bit, it's thinner, but it's about the right size. I could probably print off a copy of the thing. So. Wonderful. 101. Forgot to write this in. Kitty. Ow. Don't do that. Yoshi's Crafted World. I will tell you this. If I knew they were going to send me one without a case, I may not have bought it. Because to be perfectly honest, I don't know that I really wanted it. I told you I have a disease, okay? I have a disease, and you have to respect, you can't say anything about it. Or else that's illegal. Alright. Here's one. Good one. Super Mario Wonder. It's not that I'm not actually, it is that I'm not a Yoshi fan. I kind of hate Yoshi. I'm a well-known Yoshi hater. And I think it's just to be contrarian. Everybody loves Yoshi so much, it makes me sick. I don't play Yoshi in Mario Kart. I don't play him in Smash. I don't play him in Mario Party. I didn't like Yoshi's Island but that was because of the stupid crying baby. I think Yoshi caught some flack there, collateral damage. But I've just never really loved any of the Yoshi games. But I bought it. Maybe I'll try it someday. Maybe it's good. I know it looked really charming. Like the art style, like with the yarn and everything, looked really cool. But anyway, we got Mario Wonder. This was the last game I played in 2023. It was my year of completion where I tried to play and complete as many games as I could. It was one of the few new games that I started because it came out in 2023. And I beat it on New Year's Eve, like slightly after midnight, so I still counted it. But I really like this game. The final stage can eat my ass. It is so hard. I hated it. It was so hard. Like my hands, I literally had to like put ice on my hands afterwards. I've never experienced that from a game before. And I played Guitar Hero or Rock Band 2 or Rock Band 3, I think. And we did the endless set list without taking a break to get the Iron Bladder achievement. And even this hurt my hands more than that. But I did beat it. Metroid Dread. Metroid Dread I have not played. Metroid Dread looked very good. Everybody said nice things about Metroid Dread. After I played Super Metroid, the first time I saw this on sale, I bought it. I just have not got around to it yet. Enough said. One of the things that, if there's anything that is like keeping me from playing it, is I don't love, there's a couple of things I don't love in games. It's time segments and chase sequences. And my understanding is that one of the main mechanics of that game is chase sequences. And so I'm a little bit hesitant, but I've also had people tell me they're not that bad. I don't know. I'll get to it eventually though. Tactics Ogre Reborn. The remake of the, I think it was a PlayStation 1 originally. I really like Ogre Battle, which I know this is nothing like Ogre Battle. But I did play I played the Tactics Ogre on Game Boy Advance. I think it was a translation. I forget the subtitle of that one, but this one I think is, is this the one that's like a remake of like We Cling Together or something like that? Or like Together We Cling To, something about clinging. I don't know. They got weird names. But I have not played this. But it's very much, it looks a lot like Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced. I think the same people that made one made the other. or at least parts of the teams, because if you look at them side by side, they're very similar. Cling Together. Oh yeah, that's the one. So. But yeah, this is the first one in the series. Oh, come on. Speaking of Ogre Battle, Unicorn Overlord. Not part of the Ogre Battle series, however, heavily inspired by Ogre Battle. The combat is very similar to Ogre Battle. I played like the first 8 hours of this, and I really would like to go back to it. The only thing stopping me is the fact that I know this is like a 60+ hour game, and right now that's just not what I'm in for. But I love everything about this. Like, the art style looks amazing, the voice acting was pretty good from what I saw. The characters and the classes look really good. There's some really good synergies that you can do in this that really brings some depth to it. And so I really look forward to the day when I have time to sit down and play that one through. But yeah, I've always really liked Ogre Battle. And so when that one came out, I was pretty excited. I played the demo a bunch as well. And then I played the game when it came out. Like I said, I played probably 8 to 10 hours if I had to guess, but I would have to look and see. And that's too much work. Oh no, there it is. That's one I was looking for. Perfect segue into Triangle Strategy. This is another tactics game. This one is more like Final Fantasy Tactics than Ogre Battle. But I feel like they tried to like simplify it a little bit by giving you like this kind of like stamina system. I didn't finish this. I got about, I don't know, I was probably about a quarter of the way through it. And then for whatever reason, I just kind of lost momentum on it. I think I was just kind of going through some stuff in real life, and I didn't do a lot of gaming in that time. So unfortunately, this one was just a victim of that. But I never finished it. But this is really good too. The art style is really good. Again, the voice acting was pretty decent. The one thing that I gave me anxiety about this game is there's like a correct or the golden pathway, and so like certain decisions you make in the game will determine like which ending you get, and there's like a good ending. And so I was always very nervous that something I would do would take me off the golden path, which is what I was trying to do. But there's no way of knowing it unless you look it up. So I was looking stuff up. But Triangle Strategy is pretty good. I love that originally it was called Triangle Strategy, a working title, because they were going to give it a different name, and then they just didn't. Like, you know what? Triangle Strategy's fine. Ship it. So that's another play, but didn't finish. Got Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. I have not played this one yet. I have played the original. I played the original Mystery Dungeon on, I think I had the one for Game Boy Advance. And I think it had a partner game on the Nintendo DS. So like Rescue Team Blue was on GBA, I think. And then Rescue Team Red was on DS. And I think they were like similar games, but it was just one was on GBA and one was on DS. So I played Rescue Team Blue, and I played one of the 3DS ones. I think it was like Pillars of Eternity, not Pillars of Eternity, that's a different game. Like Pillars of Sea and Sky or something like that. I don't know. But I picked this one up on the cheap. That's usually why I have stuff, is because it's on sale. When I say cheap, I mean cheap for Nintendo. It was probably still $35. But again, I like the Mystery Dungeon formula, so I will probably play this someday. My stacks are getting real high over here. Running out of room. I need a longer desk. Come on, mystery. Actually, I could probably start putting these back in the box now because the box is getting empty. Mystery Dungeon. EX. I am missing one. I think there's like a Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon that I don't have. And I would like to get it someday if I can find it cheap. I don't want to pay full price for it. Yeah, Octopath Traveler, I think I do remember that, where that wasn't originally going to be the name, and they're like, we can't think of anything better, just do it. Worked out pretty well for them, I feel like. I feel like people are saying pretty positive things about the new one. Next one we got is Astral Chain. This is like, I feel this is like a pretty early Switch game. No, 2019. I guess it was a couple years into it. I feel like this one's been around a while though. I haven't played this one though. It's still sealed, like most of these. But I've seen people play this and it looked pretty cool. It's like an action combat system where like you're chained by an astral chain to like some sort of like demon or something, or demon robot. I don't know, they call them legions, but it's the big demon robot guy that you can see on the cover or something. I don't know, but it looked pretty neat, and a lot of the reviews for this were pretty positive. And so again, it was another one of those where I saw it on a discount, I picked it up, but I have not played it yet. But it looks good. Even for a Switch game, I felt like it looked really good. I'm wondering if it'll look even better on Switch 2. Okay, we got a couple Dragon Quest games here. We already had one earlier. I had the Dragon Quest Builders. And now I have Dragon Quest Monsters. Prince of Darkness, I think? Dark Prince. Same thing. Surprisingly, I have not played this. It is still sealed. But I really like the Dragon Quest series, and I really like the Dragon Quest Monsters. I played the ones on the Game Boy Color. And I played, I think it was Dragon Quest Monster Joker on the, I want to say that was on the DS. But it might have been the 3DS. I think it was the DS. But I really like those. It's kind of like Pokemon. You train the monsters from Dragon Quest to fight. It's pretty cool. So I picked this up. I saw someone else playing it who is a Dragon Quest fan. They recommended it, so I bought it. So there you have it. And then we have another Dragon Quest game, Dragon Quest Treasures, where you actually play as Eric from Dragon Quest 11 as a child with his twin sister. I guess it's not his twin. I guess they're siblings. Okay, two siblings. Treasure hunting dreams become reality as they are whisked away to the magical and mysterious realm of Draconia. Eric and Mia, along with their cute companions Persila and Porcus, team up with a menagerie of monsters to track down tantalizing treasures. So this one, I don't know a whole lot about it. It felt like it was more about like treasure hunting and stuff, and that felt like different enough that I wanted to try it. But you do still get partner monsters and you still fight other Dragon Quest enemies. So maybe it's similar to Dragon Quest Monsters, but I think the focus was on like the treasure hunting. So yeah. I'd like to try it someday. We'll put that on the board. Actually, I'm gonna skip ahead here. One of my other piles. This is my imports pile. I was gonna do them all together, but it makes sense to do this one now. Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake. I got this one from Japan because it was cheaper, because the yen was really weak. Have not played it, but I want to play it. But it's another one, it's a long one. But I've never played Dragon Quest 3. I played 1. I think I played 1, 4, 8, part of 9, and 11. Part of 11. So I've kind of had a smattering of Dragon Quest, so I would really like to play this one. I know that apparently the chronological order to play them in is 3, then 1, then 2. So they remade this one first, and then they just recently came out with the Dragon Quest 1 and 2 remake as a package. I think those games are a little bit shorter. Since they're remakes of NES games, I guess they put them on one disc or one game, which is nice. So eventually I'd like to get that too, but it just came out, so it's still a little expensive. Is imported. Physical, never played it. Dang it. Monsters. Prints. Dragon Quest. Treasure. Alright, that's it for the Dragon Quest block. Go back to this stack. We got Baten Kaitos 1 and 2 remake. HD remaster, I guess. Not a remake, not a full remake. I have played the first one on the GameCube. I did not have the second one, and I think it's kind of expensive now. So when this came out, I thought that was a really good solution to get it. It did not come out physically in the United States, so I imported this one. It's an international version, so it does have English. But the packaging, a nice little scene in there. So I'd really like to replay the first one someday, but it is also pretty long. And then I'd like to play Origins as well, which I've been told is a superior game. So I don't know. So one thing I don't know is, so for anyone who's familiar with the series, the GameCube games, very fun. However, the voice recordings were real bad. Not so much the acting. The acting wasn't great, but the actual recordings themselves, like, it sounded like they took 2 tin cans and a rusty piece of string and then recorded it in a bathroom while someone was taking a huge dump. And that's kind of what it sounded like. And then they're like, oh, well, it's supposed to sound like that because you're actually observing the game from an outside perspective. But that's why everything sounds all muffled. That really, to me, it just sounds like copium. I think they just made a shitty recording. Supposedly the Japanese one is much better. So the remake only has the Japanese voice audio. The other recordings were lost. So they are not included. And you know what? Honestly, probably best that they stay lost. So that's another one of my imports. So this is one that so, you know, I've been thinking about doing this stream for a while. To kind of do the cataloging and just kind of show off the collection a bit. But this is one of the reasons why I wanted to do this, is I kind of forget what I own on the Switch because it's just in a big stack somewhere. And when you look down the sides of the games, they're just all red, and it's like, I don't know what's what. Because I almost rebought this last night on Steam because it's on sale, and I was like, oh dude, Baten Kaitos is 50% off, and I almost bought it, and I'm like, dude, you idiots, you already have it. So I'm like, I need to make a list so I can quickly reference, because it was that in the Monster Hunter Stories. I bought the first one and I thought I rebought it, but it turns out I own the second one on the Switch, so I was safe. But anyway, this is not Christmas music. Why is this on the Christmas music playlist? This is Rainbow Road. I'm gonna say that I played Never Finished because I technically played the first one. But anyway, no, that's Disney. I never played it. I'm just getting sad seeing all the red. If I'm being honest. Okay. We'll do this little stack next. So this little stack are all related. So I had them set aside here. We got the Pikmin collection. So we got the physical Pikmin 1 and 2, which at the time I bought it was only available physically in Japan. However, I think since then they may have done a US release of the physical edition, but I'm not sure. But anyway, I bought this physical edition from Japan back when it was only going to be in Japan. And then I also have the Pikmin 3 Deluxe Edition, remade for the Switch. And then I have the Switch exclusive Pikmin 4. I have not played any of them on the Switch. On the Switch, let me emphasize I have played Pikmin 1 and 2. I own the originals on the GameCube. And I think I even had them on the Wii because they did a remake with the motion controls, at least for the first one, maybe for the second one. But then Pikmin 3 I've never played, and Pikmin 4 I've never played. So the stack's getting too high. I'm gonna go ahead and try to. All right, it wasn't too bad. Okay, they did make a US 1 and 2. I know when I first bought it, they said there was probably not going to get it was not going to get a physical release. So I just bought it from Japan. And probably it was better to buy it there anyway, because the prices on the Japanese books were hurt. Because the strength of the yen was down. And so I got a lot of those games for like less than what they would cost here. Ew, what the This candy is messed up. Like a liquid. Yeah, I'm not gonna eat that. We'll eat that though. That candy's fine. Alright, we did these. Catalog them. I'd like to play Pikmin someday. I know it was one of the incentive games that we didn't get to for Tales of Appreciation Month. At least to play 1 and 2, that is. But I'd like to play all of them someday. But I think it's one of those things where I don't think I want to play all of them back to back to back. I think it would be too much Pikmin. So I may like smatter them in or something. I don't know. Who's Yen? Oh, Yen. I was like, who is Yen and why are they at record weakness? Oh, that just did not compute. That's funny. Okay. Oh. Alright. That's the Pikmin trilogy. I guess it's a quadrilogy. I have another trilogy here that I've been saving up as the Xenoblade Chronicles trilogy. And you're going to say, what do you mean trilogy? You've clearly got 4 of them there. And I'm missing one. I do not have Chronicles X yet. It's on the to-do list. But Xenoblade Chronicles 2 actually has 2 physical games because they came out with a DLC that was released as a standalone. So you could technically buy and play this without owning the original. But it is apparently like a direct follow-up to the story. So I don't know that you would want to play it by itself, but you can. So I have all 3 of the trilogy, and then I need to get Chronicles X, which was previously on the Wii U, was recently remade for the Switch, and I just haven't got around to it. Xenoblade Chronicles 1, I played on the Wii. I don't think I finished it, though. If I'm being real honest, I was playing it in pharmacy school, And a lot of the games that I played in pharmacy school, I did not finish because I would like start them like on a weekend and go like hardcore, play them for like 20 hours in 2 days, and then like school would start back up and I'd like get my butt kicked and I'd have to put the games down. I don't think I finished it. But anyway, I got the definitive edition for Switch, and then I got 2 and 3. So we got all of those, and then I'll eventually have to add Xenosaga X to it. I wanted to get X a while ago when it was still on the Wii U, but it was real expensive because it's one of the popular games now, and it didn't sell incredibly well on the Wii U because the Wii U itself didn't sell well. So there just weren't a lot of copies floating around, so it was real expensive. But yes, that should say Pikmin 4. Thank you. Got distracted. Yes, Arkle, you were correct. That's what I was thinking of. I knew there was like a reason why you didn't want to play it by itself. I guess you could technically play it by itself, but it contains spoilers for the main story of Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So if you played Torna before you played Xenoblade Chronicles 2, it would kind of spoil some of the story elements of Xenoblade Chronicles 2, which is kind of like... I found it interesting that they sold it as a standalone in that case, but I guess if you're only ever going to play the Torna, I guess that's fine. Or if you don't care that you're going to spoil the game. Don't let Vane know, he'd hate that. A game's DLC spoiling the main story, that's got to be a new one. Anyway, that's... We're getting down to it. This is a good game, folks. Super Mario RPG Remake. Don't listen to the haters. It was still good. Looks amazing. The soundtrack on it was nuts. I love the soundtrack, the remade soundtrack on this. Incredible. Inside art, got a little map of the world there. There you go. I love that. Now, one thing I will agree with, the game was pretty easy. The game does a lot of quality of life things that make it easier. I don't think you can turn many of them off. Some of them you can ignore, like there's like a super team up move or whatever that's really kind of overpowered. You don't have to use it. You know, it's there, you don't have to use it. So the people that were like complaining about that, I'm like, just don't use it. Now, but there was other stuff too, like now when you get timed hits, it does splash damage to everybody on the screen, and that was a little bit overpowered, I felt. But as an old gamer, I appreciated it because it helped me keep moving and get through the game quickly. I beat it in about 24 hours, I think, of game time. But I love the original, and I haven't played it in a long time, and playing this, like, it hit. I loved it. So don't listen to the haters. Play that game. Yeah, the post game is still pretty brutal. It's still got the Culex boss fight, I think. You guys have seen this on my Switch homepage. Oh, sorry, I gotta put this up. Super Mario RPG. Which one? That is an import. This was also an import. I don't know why I said no. Yeah, absolutely did. I need an assistant over here. So I can just talk about this stuff and then someone else can write it in. Chronicles 2 have a... No. Okay. Xenoblade Chronicles 2... What is it called? Torna, the Golden City or something? Golden Country. And then Xenoblade 3... No subtitle. Oh, I didn't know there was a second Culex fight. I didn't mess with it, apparently. I don't think any of these were imports. You know, this one, I had loaded up. I actually had it in the Switch one day about a year ago and was getting ready to play Xenoblade Chronicles. I was like, I'm going to start playing them because Artie has been pressuring me to play Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and he's like, just skip the first two, just play 3, it's better. I would like to play them all, and I want to play them all in order, and I know that they don't necessarily link stories, like, they're not interdependent, like it's not one continuation, but I know they're related. But anyway, for my sake, I'd like to play them in order. It's really hard when you play like a newer release and then you go back to like the original and you're like, oh, it doesn't have this and it doesn't have that and it doesn't have XYZ. So I think I'd rather just play it. Anyway. Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters. This is a good one. But the inside there, it's got all the little different characters. They're little different costumes. I like that. I've only played the first one so far, but I plan to play through all of them eventually. The first one it looks and sounds a lot better, but it still suffers from being Final Fantasy 1. It just does not give you a lot in terms of like guidance and stuff, and I found myself using a walkthrough almost constantly after the first couple hours. Like, I was never sure where I was supposed to go or like what I was supposed to be doing. I'm sorry, this was an import. I think I imported this one anyway. Yes. So I played but not finished because I technically only played the first one. But it looks, so I'm hoping the other ones obviously will hold up. But like the music is amazing. The upgraded graphics really help. So I look forward to continuing playing those later. Princess Peach Showtime. Never let it be said that I'm a sexist. I did buy the Princess Peach game. I honestly thought it looked fun. I think it had mixed reviews. I think some people really liked it. Some people thought it was a little tedious. But I thought it looked cool, like having the different costumes and different abilities and stuff. So, haven't played it yet. That one's been on the short list for a while. Because I'm looking for a shorter game, and I think that this game is not that long. So, I look forward to trying that out. This is another import, though. Yeah, the instruction manual, yeah. And unfortunately, this one does not have, and the remake... Oh my god, Cat, what are you doing? She's got her loudest toy ever. Yeah, it doesn't come with an instruction manual. And the remaster itself does not have, like, within the menus or anything, it doesn't have manuals. So, unfortunately, yeah, you gotta kind of look that stuff up. But, Princess Peach Showtime. I really hope this is my, I'm speaking it into the world. I really hope that one of two things, well, I'm hoping that both of them happen eventually. I really hope Waluigi gets a game, and I really hope Princess Daisy gets a game. I feel like they've been putting in their dues for a long time. And the fact that neither one has their own dedicated game is a crime. That needs to be remedied. I don't know what type of game, but we need something. Even if you put both of them in the same game, like Waluigi and Daisy's crazy water park simulator. I don't know, like give me something, guys. Anyway, we got Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. I tried to avoid most spoilers for this. I did watch Zero play it for a while, but I didn't really catch too much of the story, and I wasn't really paying too much attention to how he was solving stuff, because I'm going to forget it anyway. But I thought this looked interesting, and I've heard mixed opinions in terms of like the depth of gameplay and stuff. Some people thought, you know, it was a little bit too shallow, or like you can just solve every puzzle with a bed. But we'll see. I think it's nice that they're doing different stuff to give Zelda her own game that's not on the CDI. One of the annoying things, so like, I'm getting to I'm in my import stack right now. So one of the annoying things about the imports is that, similar to LRG, when you buy multiple games from them, if they haven't released yet, they will not send you anything until the last game has released. So like, I remember I ordered this one, and I think it was this one, Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, which was already out. And then this one came out, and then this next one wasn't out yet. And so I didn't get this, which I wanted to play at the time that it came out, until this one came out, because of the way that they do their shipping. And I understand they're doing international shipping, and they're trying to make it less expensive, because otherwise it is kind of cost prohibitive. You lose out on a lot of the money you save. But a lot of times with what's that website called? Play Asia. If you buy more than $100 worth of stuff, or $120 worth, I forget the price limit, but if you buy more than a certain amount of stuff, you get free shipping. So you usually got to buy 2 or 3 games at a time, and then if like you're buying future releases, you know, a lot of times you got to wait. It's just kind of stinky, but it is what it is if you want to buy imports from them. Anyway, we got Paper Mario RPG, The Thousand Year Door, the remake. Haven't played this one yet. I've played the original. I played the GameCube one years ago. It's been long enough that I would like to play it again, but I'm not in a rush. So I just, again, it was import, and they were doing pre-sale pricing. I think with it being an import, and with the pre-sale pricing, I think I paid $30 for it brand new, like on launch day. So yeah, I don't even think I've seen it that cheap since then. I think it's been out for almost a year, or maybe over a year. So you kind of, you know, you have to choose what's important. Do you want stuff right now, or do you want to save money on it? So I bought a lot of imports because they were cheap. I haven't bought anything recently though, because obviously some things have changed to where buying things from other countries costs a little bit more money. Even though the yen is still weak, there's some additional fees being tacked on to some of that stuff, or at least there was. I don't know if it's changed. But I know for a time there was. So yeah, I know, it's news to me. Last of my imports is you know, that game right there. Can't read it, it's in Japanese. It's Mario and Luigi RPG Brothership. I haven't played a Mario and Luigi game since Partners in Time, I don't think I played Inside Story, and I did not play Dream Team, and I did not play like the crossover Mario X Paper Mario that they did on the 3DS either. So it's been a while. So I picked this one up. I hope it's good. I've again, kind of, you hear mixed things about it, but I heard that fans of the series liked it. So hopefully that means it's good. But I also, again, I think I have a lower standard. Like, I'm just a little bit less picky with some of that stuff. Just as long as the game's fun, I'll play it. Import physical. Never been played. Okay. Getting down to the bottom here. This one should look real familiar to some of you. I just played this for the past 3 months. I feel like 75 hours of Fire Emblem Engage. I really like this game though. I wasn't sure at first, but it really grew on me. I really enjoyed the characters that I picked. And I like the mechanics of the game. I like some of the stuff they did with it. I don't like some of the things they did with it, but I don't think I've ever played a Fire Emblem where I liked everything, so. But I feel like, again, my mind was a little bit poisoned by the haters who like dumped all over this game when it came out. So I didn't play it until our cult forced me to. I'm glad you did though. It was good. I really enjoyed it. And I can proudly give that one the completed. Alright, hold on one sec for me. Alright, so you may have noticed that there's not been a lot of dark red in this category. All this stuff has been my Switch 1 stuff up to this point. My last... Hold on, sorry, I got 2 games in one case here. My last 2 that I got... Well, actually, these are not the last 2. Sorry, I lied. The last 2 small cases I got are my 2 Switch 2 games, which is Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza. So these are my only 2 Switch exclusives right now, aside from that Fast Fusion game. So... I like Mario Kart World. I like Mario Kart 8 better. For a couple of reasons. Now I understand Mario Kart 8 has been out for like a decade and it has the benefit of like several expansion passes and DLCs to add characters and stuff. So maybe Mario Kart World's gonna get there someday. But right now, I just feel like if you said you got to pick one or the other, I would take Mario Kart 8 at this point in time. I felt that it plays a little bit better. I didn't really love some of the stuff that they tried to introduce with like the rail grinding and like the jumping on walls and stuff. Like, I just couldn't get it. And the few times that I played online, if you're not doing that stuff, you're not winning. Because the people who play this game are sick. Like, they're absolutely just deranged. Like, half the time that you can't even see them. They're just like, they're flying around, grinding on walls, flying through the sky. They're not even on the track. But the other part I don't like, which I talked about with Mario Golf, I just want the tracks. I don't want to drive, because like, it'll be like, oh, you're gonna go to Moo Moo Meadows. I'm like, oh, dude, I love Moo Moo Meadows. And it's like, okay, well, actually, you're gonna play half of Koopa Beach, and then you're gonna just drive on the expressway for about 40 minutes, and then you're gonna play like the first lap of Moo Moo Meadows. How does that sound? I'm like, I don't want that. I want to play 3 laps, closed circuit, Moo Moo Meadows. I didn't like that they're like, you're going to play like the last quarter of this map, then you're going to have an interlude, and you're going to play like half of this map. And I know that there was a way online where it's like, that they found a way to like kind of game the system to only do the circuit maps. To the point where like Nintendo's like, we're not going to let you do that anymore. And they're like, don't you realize that's what we want to play? They seem so tone deaf. They don't understand what's fun. Sometimes. I don't know. So anyway, I'm hoping the game improves, but in its current state, I think it's just okay. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with... There's nothing like over... It's not a bad game. I just don't think it's as good as 8 is in its current state. Donkey Kong Bonanza, good game, too long. all I have to say. If you saw me play it, you heard me say it 1,000 times. It was very fun. I like the transformations. I like the musical elements. I like the worlds. I liked all that stuff. It went on forever. And there's still more. I didn't even play the post game. There's like another 20 hours of this crap. And then they came out with a DLC like a month later. I'm like, I didn't have time to finish the friggin' any of it. It's too long. I need tight experience, 20 to 30 hours tops for a game like this. This is like for a platformer, I just too much. All right. Okay. That's the last of my small cases. I only got a couple things left here. This is not a Switch game, but I just brought it. This is my copy of Star Fox Zero. It is still sealed in the box. It also comes with a bonus game called Star Fox Guard, which apparently is a tower defense game. Question mark? I got this at in a what's that called? Clearance bin at Target for $5. I have not played it. I would like to play it. I know a lot of people hated it. I had this vision for Star Fox where, and I think they kind of tried to do it, but they didn't do it well. I'm like, what would be really cool is if you had like a co-op Star Fox experience where like one person has a controller and they're flying the ship and they got a gun and they're shooting and whatever, but then there's another person like Millennium Falcon style where they climb into the bubble or like the mounted turret on like the dorsal side or whatever, and they can just rotate around 360, and like so they use the control pad and they're just like whoa, and they could like, you know, go up and down and then just like shoot like an on-rails cannon thing. I feel like that would be really fun for like a co-op experience, but from what I understand is they tried to like force that into the one-player mode and it just didn't work very well. But I haven't played it myself, but this is one of the reasons why I would dig out the Wii U. I actually did dig out the Wii U a couple months ago just to make sure it still worked, because when all that stuff was going around about if you haven't turned your Wii U on, it may be dead forever. So I'm like, well, I just gotta know, is mine dead forever? I plugged it in, it works. So I could technically go back to this, but not a Switch game, but it was in the box with all my Switch stuff. All right, I got a couple more things. Oh, I have not opened this yet. One day I'll probably do an unboxing, but I don't have any places to put this yet. So this is the highly reflective Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection Collector's Edition. So it's got the game in there, and then it has some pins. It has a wall scroll. This is an art book, I think. Art book with 180 pages of development drawings and art, cloth poster, 3D acrylic diorama, which looks kind of cool, and a set of 5 metal pins, and then 12 translucent plastic tournament fighter cards. So they're trading cards. I don't know the audience. It's too much of a glare. But anyway, that's kind of the stuff that comes in the box. But I haven't opened it yet, but someday I will. I'm thinking about ordering some shelving to put in here, but I want to repaint and I want to change the carpet. The carpet in here sucks. It's gross. It's got a lot of stains on it from the previous owner. I mean, not like gross stains, but like, pretty sure someone spilled like soda all over back in that corner. And the pile is too high. So the carpet is like this thick, and so you can't roll around on a chair in here. And I use this as my office, so I think I'm probably gonna take down all these lacy curtains, and then I'm probably gonna paint the walls like a neutral tone, like a gray or something, and then put in some low pile carpet or even hardwood potentially. At that point, I'll probably get some shelving, and I can put some of these things. So I have that one, and then I also have this guy. Oh, this is a much bigger one. This is my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Shredder's Revenge Collector's Edition. So this one I ordered from LRG. This took me over 2 years to get. They kept having multiple delays with the production of the stuff inside. and I haven't even seen it, and I hesitate to open it because I've seen what they did for the, what was it, Sonic Adventure 2, I think, special edition that recently came out, and everybody got their statues that they paid $200 for, and they were all scratched up, and they looked like crap. So I'm a little bit scared to open this up, but it is supposed to have a VHS slipcover for the game, strategy guide, steelbook, double-sided poster, which I don't understand what's the point of a double-sided poster because you can only see one side of it. A free pizza coupon from Pizza Hut, a soundtrack CD, Playmates Shredder action figure based on like the old 90s action figures, a shadow box, mini arcade cabinet replica, official soundtrack stickers, and the game comes with it. So it's got a lot of stuff in there. I hope it doesn't suck, but I've had it for a while, but I haven't opened it yet because, again, the same thing, I don't really have a place to display it, so I'm kind of waiting until I get in here and get them built, and then once I have that, I can put that on there. And I also not Nintendo Switch related, but I have a bunch of these that I got that are these cool figures or whatever, and so I think it was like Donatello and Shredder, and I think got Raphael and the Triceraton, Michelangelo and Bebop, and then Leonardo Rocksteady. So I got these a few years ago, and again, I haven't got them out because I don't really have a space for them right now. So I'm hoping I can get some shelves up. So I have one more thing, and I have to go get it. It's not in here. Mess. 16 layers of boxception. I hadn't opened it. Oh, was she sniffing the tree? She likes to chew on it. Which I don't like her doing for obvious reasons. Oh my god, I'm out of breath from that. Like 16 layers of boxes. There's like a big box. And then there was a second box. And then inside the box, each of these was inside of their own box. So I got these a while ago. And as you can see, I haven't opened them. This one is massive. The Persona 3. Oh. My Persona 3 Collector's Edition. So this is based on the Switch release of the Persona 3 Portable. It is not based on the remakes, but it is humongous. So it's designed to look like a briefcase. Kind of see that. And it includes the game, steelbook, a grimoire art book, Persona 3 Portable slipcover, the 1-to-1 Evoker replica shadow box, which is like the gun that they use to summon the Personas, All Out Attack 3D shadow box, Persona 3 Portable official soundtrack, character trading cards, the C's armband, the school patch, and a certificate of authenticity. So this thing was big. This thing, I waited, again, this is an LRG. I've learned my lesson. I think I might be done with LRG. This took probably close to 2 years to get. Hey, kitty. Oh, she's excited. Now she's scared. Come here. And so I got the Persona 3. And I also got the Persona 4. I don't know, you can kind of see. It doesn't really show up well on screen, but it's like, there you go, like lenticular. But this has the Persona 4 Golden game, the Grimoire book box, Yu Norakami's glasses, steelbook, metal Teddy statuette, training card set, All Out Attack shadow box, soundtrack, Midnight Channel pin set, Persona 4 Golden ending photo, probably a spoiler, and the certificate of authenticity. So, I don't remember how much I paid for these. I probably don't want to remember how much I paid for these, but luckily I paid for them so long ago, I don't remember. So, it's like I didn't buy them at all. Because the money was gone. Because they take your money right away. They don't wait till they're sending you this stuff. Okay, now we'll bill you. It's like, we'll take your money day one. Then 2.5 years down the road, you're going to get a box in the mail. You're going to be like, what the hell is this? And it'll be that. The box was huge anyway. So, again, once I have a place to set everything up, which will probably be a while, I'll probably unbox those so we can actually see this. See the stuff. I don't know if I can find. Let's see. Okay. There we go. So that's the Persona 3 C's edition. So it's got the whoops. It's got the Invoker gun replica model. Got the Grimoire book, the steel book, the actual game, the armband, the school patch, the shadow box for the All Out Attack trading cards, and the soundtrack. So it's pretty nifty. I don't know if they have the Persona 4 one on here as well. If I can find it. Okay, this is the PS4 version, but it's the same same stuff, but for the PS4 version. Well, I just heard the cat jump in the empty box out in the dining room. So yeah, this is the PS4 version. So it's got the glasses. I can't see this. It's too small. The other picture was bigger. Hold on, maybe this is the one. No, that one's pretty small too. Okay, anyway, but it's got that, and it's got the Grimoire book, and the Golden Teddy statue, and the shadow box. Wait, I just hear her out in that. I don't think this one's quite as good, but I was just figuring, like, you know what, you're gonna buy one, you may as well buy both of them, right? So I did. That's what happens when you are depressed and have a lot of money laying around for no good reason. My God, she's going crazy in that box. I'm sorry, you probably can't hear her, but I just hear her going nuts. So anyway, we have TMNT Cowabunga, TMNT Shredder, Revenge, Persona 3, and Persona 4 Golden. So again, I think they're really cool. I'd like to get them open at some point and get them put up, but like I honestly don't know if I'll be buying any more like special editions like that, especially from LRG. They just take so long to fulfill them. I mean, it's crazy. Now, the Shredder's Revenge, I actually do own this digitally. That was one of the ones that I was like, oh, I'll come back to that. Because I bought a digital copy because of the fact that it was going to take 2 years to get my special edition. I wanted to play this stinking game. So I did buy a digital copy to play. And I beat it. And then both Persona 3 and 4 I've played, but not those copies. I have them elsewhere that I've played, but I haven't finished them, so. Ooh, wow, that was 4 hours. That was a lot longer. I thought this was gonna take like an hour. It really puts it into perspective when you have to sit here and look at all this shit piled up. And you're like, I gotta stop buying stuff. I got a problem. Alright, you know what? That's probably gonna do it then. Thanks for hanging out. It was fun going through all this stuff and just seeing what I had. It started out much better in terms of like stuff that I actually played and completed, and then it got real rough once we started getting into the physical stuff. But like, you know what? And honestly, I'm missing something. I think it's in my bedroom. I don't know why it's in there. I have a copy of WarioWare. I don't remember the subtitle of it, but it's the one for the Switch. Yeah, this one. Get it together. That didn't help. Anyway, I have that. It's in my room. I think it's because it came in like a weird envelope, and I took it in there to cut it open, and then I just never did because I couldn't find my knife or my scissors, and then I just forgot about it. It's probably still sitting in there from like a year and a half ago. Anyway, we'll put that one on there. You'll have to take my word for it, because I don't want to go get it. But surprise, surprise, I didn't play it. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff, man. I gotta find a better place to store it all. Just so much. I was like, some of it was downstairs in the basement in like a tote because it was stuff that I owned before I moved, and then I had a bunch of it like out in the living room, which is where my Switch is normally set up. So that makes a lot of sense. So I have like a media shelf that a lot of this was in. And then some of it was in here because it's stuff that I've been doing for stream.
And then some of it was in the kitchen because it was still in shipping boxes, or the dining room, I should say. Because again, I have a problem. Like, I have stuff that I bought that's been sitting in boxes for months and months. Anyway, that was fun though. I enjoyed doing that. Alright, so next we're going to start my Steam library. We'll do the same thing with that. Shouldn't take too long. I only have 1,776 games. And then I have... I'm just kidding. I'm not doing that. I was going to do some PopCap stuff, but it's kind of late. Like, it's not that late, but it's late enough that I don't want to start a game. I'm kind of tired after that. That was a little bit more than I had bargained for. But it was fun though. I enjoyed it. So I'm gonna take a look real quick and find